Hello, 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 hello. Nope, don't want it off. Yes, make sure to boop the like button. It's free. Very true, very true. Let's see. Okay. So, hello everyone. It is so nice to see all of you. It's been a while. I will admit it's been a while. I've been very busy. Um, but I don't think that I have been wanting to stream for quite some time. So I thought I might as well, right? Just let me turn down this because now I have to wait. So I hope everybody is doing well. It's so nice to see everyone that's here. So for today we have some interesting stuff to go over. Um, for one, yes, dating is woke. Apparently, that's what I learned. I know I've kind of gone over this before, a little bit, a little bit. I don't think I've ever gone over it like this much before, but I think it's a good thing to go over it regardless. So let's see here. Okay, let's see here. One. I don't know why it's not working now. Weird. Oh, that's right. That's right. It's because I had to change it out. That's right. Let's see. Did I did does it look better in theater mode? Trying to see where. Oh, there we go. It does look better in theater mode. Okay, so now that we have that all done, okay. So now we can transition to the first part, I suppose. Um, just like another quick thing, if people would like to help me, as you can see up here, actually, um, there is an emergency rent fund. You're not at all obligated in any way to give, but if you can, and only if you've completely taken care of yourself first, please, then consider it. Don't, I should always come, should be an afterthought. So, um, so with that being said, now we're going to go into how dating is woke. Okay.
Drive.
Hello, David. I'm wondering why you have decided to use BCE and instead of using AD and BC.
I actually get this quite a lot. So it's actually kind of funny to hear another historian um, get this same talking point. Why is it that you use BCE and CE when like everybody else uses AD and BC, and that's how the rest of the world? And I'm like, one, that doesn't help, and two, it isn't as simple as people make it out to be, right? A lot of people, things are very tough for a lot. Yeah, no, for real, for real. Like, I'm very tired, but I'm alive, ready to help out. Well, thank you so much, Ducky. I appreciate it. Um, and so, yeah, like every time I get this question, sometimes I will, sit down and be like, look, the reason why we use it is to take into account this and this, right? But, you know, it is just one of those things that does keep popping up.
When talking about ancient times, I'd be interested in know what your reasoning is, period. Thanks.
All right, and thank you for your call. Yes, you're not the first person to ask me this. In fact, I get comments about it from time to time. So probably is a good idea to make a video about it now to answer your question. Why do I use CE and BCE instead of AD and BC? Most of the time, we never use any of these
Does this help?
designations, right? We just say the number. If I ask
Is it
you what
better
year
now?
it is, you say 2024. You don't say AD 2024 or 2024 CE. No, and that's because
I mean, this is true. Like, also let me know, Mo and Nope, if this sounds better. I raised up the God forbid we take God out of history. What's funny is like the people that want that's it's just how I was raised, right? I always get this like I was raised to use it this way, and it's like that doesn't legitimize why you should use it, right? Like that isn't the reason, that isn't a good reason why to use it, right? If the whole point is we're trying to be accurate, it's not like we're trying to take God out of history, because in fact, like as someone who works with Jewish history, God shows up a lot, right? Okay, good.
these designations are only really necessary when it might be unclear which era is being talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And in my field, ancient history, that happens all the time, right? You don't know which era I might be talking about, so I need to tell you which era it is.
And again, this is the same thing, like, because I work with Jewish history, and because that's a very long span, or if I have to reference things that are in the Tanakh, which I have it around here somewhere, if I have to reference things in the Tanakh, right, I can't just put random, because I could put the Jewish, and I will often put also the Jewish calendar dates, right, because it's 5776 right now, right? But if I put that, this happened in the year 1313, people are going to think I mean that in in BCE or CE, or BC and AD, right? Not AM, as it's often referred to, Anno Mundi. So, again, it's as bad as calling
Most of you know that
bad.
CE and AD are equivalent.
Hello.
That is, they refer to the same era. So AD 2024 is 2024 CE. The same goes for BCE and BC. The numbering is the same. 500 BC is 500 BCE. So why do I prefer to use CE and BCE over AD and BC? And mind you, it is just a preference. In order to answer that, I need to go over with you how AD and BC came to be used. It is well known that AD is a designation for a Christian era. It's an era that begins with the presumed year of the birth of Jesus. Most people know that. The era was devised about 500 years after the time of Jesus.
This is a really important point. It wasn't one, there's no year zero. So there's that. There's no year zero. It starts with one, right? There isn't a year zero. I mean, the Romans didn't have the concept of zero as such, right? Nor did they have like zero as a thing, right? But also, when they decided to calculate this, it was half a millennium after the supposed events happened. So, you have a lot of issues with trying to date things, because some people think that it exactly corresponds to precise years, right? But this is why when I believe he was still cardinal, but maybe it might have been when he was already pope, but Ratzinger, right? He actually had written a treatise essentially saying that he believes that the birth of Christ actually occurred in 6 BCE, right? And some people took, oh no, how dare you say that? But it's like, well, there's no year zero, right? There's a year 1, and then there's a year 1 BCE. But we also know that the calculations were something done by people after the fact, well after the fact. So, but
Up until that point, it was still the custom to date events Roman style. The Romans did have an era that they sometimes used, which is an era beginning with the presumed year of the founding of the city of Rome in 753 BCE. Ab urbe condita, they called it. But it was more common simply to date events by the regnal year.
and again, like this is the thing with different calendars, with different is like as soon as you try to impose one over the other, you have the problem where how is it that you make it fit one atop the other, right? Because that's always the problem, right? Because if you do ub urbi condita, right, from the founding of the city of Rome, then Roman history is completely different than if we look at it through the CE, right, BCE or AD BC view, right? But again, people are taught this way of thinking of it. But we also have the idea of regnal years, right? And so, that's why if you do read things sort of from the past, they will say in the 9th year of the reign of blah blah blah, right?
Year of the emperor, or by referring to the names of the 2 consuls who held office in a single year. But Christians had an era that they sometimes used, one they used before, which was called the era of the martyrs, dating from the time of the great persecution in the reign of the Emperor Diocletian.
Which, by the way, if you do go to Rome and you get a chance to go to the baths of Diocletian, very interesting place to go. Also, the Basilica of Maxentius, also really cool to go.
Then came along Dionysius Exiguus, a Christian monk from the Eastern Roman Empire. The Western Roman Empire fell during his lifetime. He weighed in on some discussions having to do with the correct date of Easter. And in doing so, he drafted a 95-year table of dates for Easter, and in that table, he used a new numbering system for years. He was adding on to someone else's table.
And I should add right now, Eastern Christians, right? Eastern Orthodox Christians and Western Christendom, right? So the Catholic tradition and everything that's come after it, right, through Protestantism, celebrate Easter at different times in the same way that they celebrate Christmas at different times. So also keep that in mind.
Which had dated according to the era of the martyrs. First, in a comment on the old table, he referred to the present year, his present year, as being 525 years, quote, since the incarnation of our Lord Jesus Christ. And then, beginning his own entries, 7 years in the future, he dispensed with the era of the martyrs and began his own with a year that he called, and this is the interesting part, 532. The next one was 533, and so on. Where did he get the numbers from? He counted from the incarnation of Jesus, as he calculated it, which refers to Jesus' birth or his conception. This is the first.
Which, again, if we're going to look at it from a Jewish lens, there is a big difference, right? Like, in the Jewish tradition, it is the first breath of life that is considered birth, right? The whole conception thing doesn't really, that's a whole different story. So only once Jesus is born is he born, right? So there's that too.
Ever time someone named a year by counting from the birth of Jesus that we know of.
Well, they have record of anyway.
How did he come up with this number? Well, there's some debate about this, and I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but it would appear he got a date for Jesus' death from an earlier writer named Julius Africanus. And then, figuring that Jesus was 30 years old when he died, The Gospels suggest this. He counted back 30 years to arrive at the year of Jesus' birth. Africanus had dated Jesus' death to the year 31 in Dionysus' numbering system, and therefore Jesus' birth was the year 1. Some people think that Jesus' birth year was the year 0.
Or witness the birth of Christ.
But this is not so. In fact, there's no...
Again, like, this is one of the things, the concept of 0, it's something that, like, now we can't live without, but it just did not exist. Like, you know what I mean? It's like one of those things where, like, until really you get the book by, translated by Al-Khwarizmi in Arabic, and it's called The Hindu Art of Reckoning, that's when you first get the sort of this work that actually details how it was mathematics in India first, that we know of. Of course, we do know that it also existed, right? So, sort of, it also came to be, independently, right, in the Americas, right? Because the Mayans had 0, the Mexica had 0, etc. So, but it was in the quote-unquote old world, right, in Eurasia. It would have been in India, then later, which reminds me, it makes me think of how there was that short video of Asmongold. I never Asmongold, but of him just being in shock about that story about what's his name, about Mamdani. That Mamdani is gonna make all students in New York learn Arabic numerals, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, like just his reaction to that was just so telling. Like, it's happening, like, bro, calm down. Oh my goodness gracious! Thank you so very much. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. That is so kind of you. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thank you so much for the help. I really appreciate it. Again, if you have the ability to, please consider, I do also have a Linktree, right? Linktree, it's all Shakespeare. It's all the same spelling. You can also do !dono, I believe, and then it will appear. So yeah.
Year 0 doesn't exist. Dionysius started with year 1.
Thank you.
But here's the thing. The Christian era, devised by Dionysius Exiguus, was based on a faulty calculation for Jesus' death. And historians now know that Jesus was not likely born in the year 1. Now, I know some of you in the audience will say, well, there was no Jesus. He was a completely fictional character. Just ask Joseph Atwill. Well, we're not going to get into the historicity of Jesus in this video.
Yeah, like, again, this is one of the biggest, it's like, when we're talking about the figure of the historical Jesus, I understand some people want to, are very, I get this, but at the same time, it's like, we can't just, ignore, again, I understand people's, desire to say kind of like what he's sort of quoting, but at the same time, it's like, you don't have to do that if we're talking about like a historical personage, right? Because like nobody does that for Socrates in the same way, right? Nor for other figures, but I understand why some people do feel the need to do it when it comes to Christ, right? So I don't have much, but I did get a job. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That is so very kind of you. Akshat, thank you so much.
But suffice it to say that if he did exist, and the vast majority of historians think he did,
yeah,
and I agree, he almost certainly...
Again, this is one of those things where like historical consensus says that he did exist, but the narrative, this is where looking at it from a historian's perspective, right, and looking at it from, say, the laity, right, of any church, right, or of any, right, believer in Christianity, this is obviously where there's going to be a huge divergence, right? Because when historians say, right, and as someone who works in Jewish history, it's like we can acknowledge that it most likely existed, right, just from the evidence that we have, but that he was the figure described in the Gospels exactly, that's where then there's this whole separate contention, right? So that's another thing too. Like, people want to argue the whole figure, but it's like, it's one thing to say there probably was a historical Jesus, more likely than not, and that's the consensus position. And then you have the, did he do all of those things? It's like, well, that's a whole different story, right? Like that's something else, right? And then,
He wasn't born in the year 1, as none of our oldest sources point to that year. And yet, this is what the AD system is based on. Mind you, Dionysius Exiguus wasn't trying to invent a new era or anything. He just created a system that he could use in his Easter tables. But in later times,
look, he just really liked Easter, okay? He just really liked eating boiled eggs, okay? That was his thing, right? And I get it. He liked to decorate the eggs. He liked to go hunting for the eggs. Like, that's his thing, okay? I get it. Dionysius Exiguus, I get it. That's his thing, right? Like, we all have our thing. His thing was Easter, okay? Easter tables, Easter egg hunt, Dionysius Exiguus.
it caught on. The acceptance of his numbering had a lot to do with the acceptance of his Easter tables. And so, over the centuries, as time went on, we will see some using his dating and others not. A rival Easter table had been made by a guy named Victorius of Aquitaine. Generally speaking, even after the Roman Empire fell in the West, the old methods of dating were still being used. But there came a point when some writers started using Dionysius' system not merely for Easter calculations, but to date historical events in the past. Victor of Tununa from the 6th century was one of these guys, and Julian of Toledo.
That one is the one that I've actually seen personally, Julian of Toledo. In fact, recently I was doing archival research, right? So what typically historians tend to do is, like, we will contact an archive, say what texts we want to see, right? Because, sometimes we have to view them wearing gloves, sometimes if they're books, but the main thing is that we always have to have, right? There's a lot. I probably should do a stream on it one day where I kind of go over a bit more in depth, sort of like archival research, because I think that might be interesting if people are interested. But it was in one of these archival things where there was I believe it was someone, there was a copy of Julian of Toledo. So it wasn't Julian's himself, but it was someone that had copied it, right, in manuscript form, or had quoted it at length or something. And that's where I did see that. And that was interesting because I was, like, many years ago, I was looking at sort of how different people, particularly in Iberia, right, with all the different, you have people that are Muslim, people that are Jewish, people that are different forms of Christian, including Arian Christianity, etc., right? Sort of how did they manage, right, to understand temporality and all of these things? So that was something that I felt, might be interesting to look at, and so it was for me. So
The 7th century. They were historians who did this. Julian is the earliest writer we found who dated events before Jesus was born by counting back from year 1. But the person who made the new system of dating popular was the Venerable Bede, who lived in the 8th century.
This dude right here that wrote, right, Historia Ecclesiastica Angliconorum, right, like the history of the English of the church, in England, right? It's like, that book is one of those things where it's like, you have to read it because he just changed the whole game with his work. Like I have two copies. I have one that's a full English copy, just like a regular like Penguin edition, and then I do have one that's the Latin. And he's very well known. And if Ren were here, I don't know if Ren would even would be around, but if Ren were here, I would ask Ren if sort of what I guess the opinion is when it comes to bead, because from my understanding, bead is like very much seen as like a good stylist when it comes to Latin. And again, his stuff is still used to this day. And it's interesting too because he also writes about pagans, right, as they would call them, right, pagans or heathens, which, so the way how that how that naming comes about is that you have civilians, right, people that live in the city, because it comes from civitas, right, or civitas meaning city. And then you have heathens, right, which are people that live on the heath, right, upon the heath, right? So they don't live in cities, right? They live over there, right? So that's like where that distinction comes from. Same thing with the name Heather, right? It means, woman from the heath, or pertaining to the heath, right? And so that's where we get that term heathen. Because it just means, it's the same way how you have other terms like even pagan, like if you look at it in its sort of other languages, like if you read it in Old French, it's païen, right? And so there it becomes a bit more recognizable that it means like country folk, right? It literally means the people that live in the countryside, right? So, people that are rural, so to speak, right? They would be considered heathens. At least by that metric. Oh, it's the age calculating type. It's so good to see you too, Omega Star. Yeah. It's not the romantic dating, no.
He wrote a church history, which he published in 731, and it used Dionysius numbering as a chronological framework. Throughout the 8th and 9th centuries, this book was widely read, and the dating system began to be adopted by others. But it took a long time for it to be used in all of Europe. It wasn't until the 11th century that it became fairly widespread.
So let's just recap, right? So when it comes to woke dating, right? Oh, well, this is the non-woke, right? This is the trad cath dating right here, right? Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so very much. Wait, why wouldn't it pop up? Thank you. I appreciate that. That is so very kind of you. Yeah, again, if you would like to help me right now that I am in need, again, only after taking care of yourselves, only after, again, if you can, you can always do so either by going to my throne or by other ways. Oh, thank you so much, Omega Star. You're so very kind. I truly appreciate that. Yeah, because I just, times are tough.
Some medieval scholars...
Oh, that's right. What was I going to say? But yes, you can also go to my Linktree, because there I have my Venmo and my Cash App, which is Shakespeare. It's all Shakespeare. And so when it comes to this dating, right? When it comes to dating, right? The trad calf dating, what you have is that, again, we have it in the 6th century, right? Where the first time that we have someone calculate it due to his Easter tables, right? Dionysius Exiguus, right? And then we get, Julian of Toledo in the 8th century, right? So the 700s. So 200 years later, people are using it now and then. Then Bede writes his history, right? No, Toledo would have been in the 600s, sorry. In the 600s, right? And so then Bede writes his publishes it in 731, the history of the church in England, right? And then it isn't until the 11th century, so into the year 1000 and plus, right, that then you get it to be widespread. So it took, oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Omega Star. That is so very kind of you. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much for the... Oh, wow, and we have a hype train. Yes. So let's see here. Thank you so much to True Duck Lover, Frightful Foul Freak, Infallible Fowl, Moa Nope, and Orange Shoe. Thank you so much for... you are now all Shakespeare'd. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. Okay.
Pointed out the error.
The earliest date we can go back and verify it was 763 BC during a solar eclipse. I would say that's when BCE and CE should start, putting us at 2788 CE. Well, what's interesting though is that like there are so many other ones. I mean, like I actually like again, like we have so many like when it comes to recorded events, things that we can actually you know, could base our calendar on, right? I mean, again, like the Hebrew calendar, it's 5776, right? So, you know, it's like, but that's because it's measured from the beginning of the world, right? Which is not exactly a, it's not exactly a date you can confirm, if I can put it like that, right? Like it's kind of like, you know, well beyond the scope of, right? But it's this idea that you can go all the way back. There are some people that should say like, oh, when we first get writing in ancient Sumer, right? That's when we should start the calendar, right? I don't know. It's interesting. Glad to have you back on Earth. Oh, thank you. I'm glad to be back. Yes, I know. We still have our community nights every Friday. Everyone is welcome. You know, we vote for which movie we're gonna watch, and then afterwards, honestly, it's pretty open. Like I've had people play video games. I have people, you know, we just chat, whatever it might be. Honestly, I like it to be as open and as accommodating as possible. So that's the most important thing, that people are having fun as a community together. So.
In Dionysus' date for the incarnation and tried to get the numbering system revised, but by then it had already become so entrenched that...
Oh my gosh, on-screen celebration? I don't even remember putting that as a thing. Does that mean you want me to play the song? I guess so, right? Okay, just give me a second. Let me find it. I know it's somewhere around here. And I know that Ganja Fairy will love it as well. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's not in videos for stream. I know it's around here somewhere. Oh my gosh. Everybody get ready. Oh gosh. Let's see here. This default and the guy, is there an ass? On the screen celebration is a Twits bitch thing, a Twits bit thing that you can pick an emote and sprinkle on screen. Oh, okay. I see. But since we did have a hype train, I technically do feel somewhat obligated to play the song. I mean, how can I not play the song? It's the song. For hype. That's right. We're going to do something that we haven't done in a while. Indeed. Hello, Brittany Fishy. But we have to do this. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Omega Star. Thank you for Coryetti, Morbert, Cognitive Husk, Painful Euphoria, and Ganja Fairy. Yes, let's go. Okay, time for our on-screen. I can't believe Oh, Ben.
So over the last week or so, there's been a lot of attention paid to a music video we're going to get into in just 1 second. Yes, sir. Big dick, big dick. Big old dick, dick. 3 big balls. Look like we playing tennis. He got a big dick. I think his name Dennis. I jerk his dick until that N-word finish. His dick big and green, tastes just like spinach. Dudes. I love when they send me all the news. Had to make him nut cause his balls were blue. He didn't have a clue. He's sliding in and out my ass like he's cleaning out gutters. Dick bigger than a stick of butter. So the big dick swinging up in the motherfucking hallway. He liked me and my friends cause we were all gay.
I know.
We like dick. I like his ass cause it's thick. And he going to fuck my butt till I shit and dick is dry, so therefore I spit on the tip.
So therefore...
and it gets significantly
more vulgar.
Like a lot more
vulgar.
vulgar. 4 big guys. And they bust on my ass. They eat my ass just like apple pie. If they keep fucking me like this, I might just die. They pipe my booty till I cry. He licked my dick and the cum start dripping. I took a bite of his ass. It tastes like lemon pepper chicken. He throw me up in the air. My booty flipping. He dunking his balls in my booty like he Scotty Pippen. Met the N-word last night. And I rode his dick like a bike. He's so thick, he looks like a dyke. But let's say hypothetically, I think his name Mike Jordan. He fucked me while recording. He sent me butt pics this morning. Hands down, the greatest news I received. I love when I receive his BBC. Three big balls. Look like we playing tennis. He got a big dick. I think his name Dennis. I jerk his dick until that N-word finish. His dick big and green, tastes just like spinach. Dudes. I love when they send me all the news. Had to make him nut cause his balls were blue. He didn't have a clue. He's sliding in and out my ass like he's cleaning out gutters. Dick bigger than a stick of butter. So the big dick swinging up in the motherfucking hallway. He liked me and my friends cause we were all gay. We like dick. I like his ass cause it's thick. And he going to fuck my butt till I shit and dick is dry, so
therefore I spit on the tip. So there we go. So now that we have our Daily Wire, kick for the for the day. Hey, I have to, because technically, therefore, oh, don't even get me started on the Shapiros. This is fabulous. This is why Ben couldn't go to Dave Rubin's gay wedding, because he wanted dick. I mean, true. I know. I seen you in your basketball shorts, Ben. I know.
There was no going back. This error is the primary reason why I do not use BC or AD. The first year of Christ, according to the system, was not actually Jesus' first year. And 1 BC is not, in fact, 1 year before Christ. I prefer to be precise in my language as much as I can, and I don't like to be historically inaccurate. The interesting thing is that not only do I get questions about why I use CE and BCE, I get angry comments. When I first started making videos...
Oh my gosh, this reminds me of when I asked students, don't know what I just watched. Welcome in the reference frame. You just watched the best episode of the Daily Wire. That's pretty much what you saw. So, so as I was saying, this is like when I ask students of mine, just like in general, right? Literally, like the first 30 seconds of the class, welcome to Professor Shakespeare's class. I don't necessarily say it that way, but you know what I mean, right? And I give them like this little slip of paper that has like, you know, oh, what do you want to be called? Blah, blah, blah. What are your pronouns? Etc. Right? To be respectful. Because I get not everybody wants to be called on, and, you know. Oh, look at that. We got oh, very nice. Look at that. Look at that choo-choo number 1, pupper. But I get the most, like, people that get very upset that I even ask the question, right? Because even if I say, oh, and if you would like to put your preferred pronouns, please put them on the slip of paper. That's all I say, literally. That's it. That's it. I say, what is your preferred name? Like what would you like to be called? And also, if you have pronouns that you prefer, please. And I even word it in a way, you know, blah blah blah. Doesn't matter. I still get angry students. They never taught us BCE, CE, or AB, AD, or BC in school. Ah, interesting. Damn, I feel old. I never attended a class where my pronouns were asked. David is really good. David is pretty good with his stuff.
And I encountered backlash for saying CE and BCE. I was surprised because using these terms is extremely common in scholarship.
Exactly.
And I had been using them for years without anyone batting an eyelid. But I learned that in the public sphere, reception might be different. To be clear, I don't see this as some kind of competition where CE has to knock AD out of the running. I have nothing against anyone who uses AD. I don't go to other YouTubers and comment on their channel and say, you should be using CE and BCE. AD and BC are wrong. You can use whatever notation you like. This is just my preference. But people come to my channel very offended.
I mean, again, this is the same thing too. Like, even if it's just like, say I'm referencing something and I just happen to say, right, oh, this happened in 2200 BCE. Because that's the way I write it when I'm writing about something, right, that occurred in 2200 BCE. You will get people that do take umbrage with it. And I just don't, like, why? And they're like, what's up with all this woke dating? You know, it's like...
Stopped watching the instant you went all limp-wristed and woke on me and said BCE instead of before.
Like, you see what I mean? Literally. Woke dating. This is literally what I mean. It's woke dating. Limp-wristed, apparently. And woke. Of course. Very, very woke. Very woke, to use accurate language. It's funny to me that BC isn't even accurate to Jesus. Exactly, because it was calculated 500 years after, and it just... Even scholars in the Middle Ages, right, in the medieval period, said this is inaccurate. Like, that's the thing. And yet, but still, it literally... oh, you're, you know, oh, why are you using the woke dates? And I'm just like, sir, this is not a Wendy's, you know? Like, for this guy, right? Woke dating sounds like a nice evening, right? Exactly.
Christ. The minute you introduced politics into your video was the minute I turned it off.
This too, like, you brought politics into your thing. No, I did not. I didn't bring anything. Same thing with asking for pronouns in the classroom. I'm asking it to be respectful. It's the same thing like me asking, like, if you want to go by another name. People don't find much of a problem in that. But, you know.
CE and BCE are seen as an effort to actively remove references to Christ, though ironically most people think you're saying Christian era and before the Christian era, so let's not make changes along political lines. Leave it alone. See ya. CE equals cultural cringe and lack of respect for...
Oh my gosh, cultural cringe! Oh god, this is so bad. Cultural cringe. CE stands for cultural cringe, of course, yeah. You know, that There is a silent and invisible E before the cringe, you know, before the C in cringe. He's a reliable. Our education system is so bad. I mean, yeah. I mean, in the United States, yeah. Like I remember taking when I lived in Texas history. The way how they make out the Mexicans to be during the Revolution of Texas, it's unbelievable how they make us look. It's not there for critical thinking. He's a reliable. Yeah, no, he is very reliable. Asking people for preferred pronouns is such an interesting filter. Right, and that's why I have it on a slip of paper. Like, again, I only say it like, oh, and if you would like, you know, tell me what your name is. Like just explaining what the slip of paper is for, right? Because then I say, turn it in at the end of class. That's all I ask for, right? But I still have gotten students in the past that are like, you don't have to put anything if you don't want to put anything. That's fine. Just, you know.
History. Can't take this guy seriously. He uses BCE and CE.
Oh my god, this is literally like pronouns in bio, therefore disregard like their opinion. Like, it's just annotation. It literally is just annotation. Please. Oh gosh. Cultural cringe doesn't even have the letter. I know, CE, more like take the L. Yeah, pretty much. I mean...
So how would you like your work to be ignored? Your use of CE and BCE is an offense to the monks who came up with our brilliant current calendar. Not using BC and AD is a disrespect to brilliant scientists.
Wait, so are they monks or are they scientists? Those are two different things. Like, modern science and medieval monks, those are not the same. I don't think those are overlapping categories. As such, anyway. At least if we're going to think of scientists in the contemporary sense. Are there monks that definitely did scientific stuff? Yes, like Mendel, for example. But who came up with our brilliant current calendar? They were not the ones, because otherwise why would they have certain months literally named after Roman emperors and, you know, gods of Rome, like March, you know, June, July, August. Oh gosh. Monks are scientists, haven't you heard? Nah, they really do conflate the two. I mean, I could see that. Science monks. Glad you got out. Yeah. Pennsylvania. I'm still here in Texas, Shaq. Ah, I see. Yeah, be chill, everyone. Exactly. BCE. Pennsylvania public school was what I was brought up under Bush Jr. No Child Left Behind. Ah, I see. Science monks, because science, obviously, the Romano, right? Like, I just, this is why I find it funny, because then it's like, well, then why don't we have, like, instead of March, it's like Mariana, right? Like, the, you know, pertaining to Mary, right? Like, we don't have, like, the Marian month, you know?
Sorry, you use CE, so I walked. BCE...
Oh, wow, I'm glad. Well, have fun on that walk. I'll see you when you come back, I guess.
CE, opinion discarded.
Like, see, it literally is pronouns in bio. Oh my god. Oh, this is so bad. This is the thing. Like, people like to think that, you know, oh, it's like, yes, if I only speak to other academics, then, you know, they don't mind, right? But it doesn't really help that much. You know what I mean? It's like, I already know that I'm going to hear people saying BCE and CE, because that's what's accepted in academia. It's like when you're trying to just talk to the average person, and you have this weird, like, and I would say in the United States, there is this already, like, anti-intellectualism, this very strange hostility towards academia in particular, that is just like anything that goes against what they were taught in K through 12 education in their time, right, suddenly becomes like wrong somehow. Like, this is fake and false and unscientific and not real. It's like that's not how that works. Like, I don't know. Hello, convenient Estelle. Welcome in. To be frank, I have a knee-jerk reaction when people use Fahrenheit miles or God forbid. ERG. That's funny. Hello, Boy Meets Minnie. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Again, just as a quick reminder, if you'd like to help me out, again, I do have an emergency rent fund for, again, only if you can take care of yourselves, only after all that has been done, please, I should be the last thing on your mind when it comes to this. If you would like to help me in some way, you can always do so by going to my Throne or by going to my Venmo or to my Cash App. It's all Shakespeare. And then you can help me there. But it's very nice to see you, Boy Meets Minnie. I hope that you're doing well.
BCE, CE, BS. I take exception with your habit to say CE instead of AD and BCE instead of BC. The Gregorians invented the calendar that the whole world uses. There is no advantage to arbitrary...
The Gregorians. Okay, that's funny. The Gregorians. Who were the Gregorians? I wonder who this person thinks the Gregorians are. I guess they just imagine that they're just like monks that just go around chanting, I guess. Isn't the birth of Christ not even... Yeah, we already went... Yeah, it wasn't the year 0. In fact, the whole point of the initial creation of AD and all that was actually to determine the right day for Easter, for future Easters. Not anything to do with Christmas. And as we know, like, Easter moves around, right? So there are some problems. Yeah, I've been very busy. Finally got a holiday weekend. Are we watching The Grill in Sicilian? No. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much for all of the help that I've gotten so far. I appreciate it. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. It's not The Grill in Sicilian, although I did find someone who is very close to being the Grill in Sicilian. Like, very, very close. I do actually have a Grill in Sicilian video from his podcast, right? Where he has this, like, yes man there all the time. And I don't know, like, it's about something that actually is just beyond, I'm almost tempted to just go for it now, just because it's that, strange of a... Here, let's change it up. Let's go to the Grill in Sicilian. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, I'm already starting to... Oh gosh, here we go. Oh god, I'm already looking at this and I'm already just like feeling just dread. Absolute dread. Oh. Why is it always this? Ugh. Okay. One thing I have to say right now. We just got done saying about BCE. One. There were not invasions. There was one series of migrations, and Aryan only pertains to the peoples that live in northern India. That is the only Indo-Aryan. That is the only thing it describes. Then you have the Alanai, right, and then it becomes Iranai, right, and Aran, Iran, right. That's the other, right, Indo-Iranic, right. That also is related. That's it. Like, you have the seven rivers, right? The land of the seven rivers, the gosh, I'm forgetting right now its Sanskrit name, but it's Sapta something. Sapta meaning seven, and I don't remember, like, it's like the land of the rivers, and it's like the Hydaspes, obviously the Indus River, etc., and then the movement to the west, right, to what is now Iran, to the Iranian plateau. I know, but now we are definitely watching the Grillian Sicilian. Yeah, the Grillian Sicilian. Oh gosh.
Hi, do you see and hear me now?
I see you. I hear you. I appreciate you.
Sapta Sindhava.
You are seen.
Oh.
You are loved.
Yeah,
you are...
that's it. Yes, it's the Sapta Sindhava. And then Hapta Hindawa in Iranian. That's right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, so those are the two ways of describing the land of the seven rivers. That is where they initially settled, and then you have the branching off of the one group that moves on to the Iranian plateau, and that's where you have the phrase, right, like their demonym, right, coming from Arya, right? No, doesn't refer to anybody else. And it's only referring to them because of the languages that they speak. That's it. Doesn't refer to them as though it was like an ethnic group or something. I don't know why people like to...
Cared.
Thank you. You're too kind. Okay, so this video is the Aryan invasions, and it's funny that this is a historic event that goes back thousands of years, and it's one of the most important historic events in history. But over the...
Why? Why is it? Like, this is the thing. When people say this, I just immediately get vibes, like, you know, because it's like, why? Why is it so important? Right? Because it's always, you know, it's like, why is it the most important event in the whole world? He's such a pompous jackass. Yeah, but, you know, hey, he has a podcast. I mean, there is a lot of important events. I know, but it's just such a weird to say this is the most important historical event. Like, I don't know. There's like a lot of other things that could be important.
the course of the 20th century, there was basically this huge academic conspiracy to pretend it never happened.
Oh, God, not a conspiracy, bro. We just got done with a conspiracy about naming things about time. Now we're hearing a conspiracy about we're going to protect... People in the 20th century still believed it, that there were books in, like, the 1920s. I mean, I don't even want to go into the 1930s and 40s that people very much believed in it, and even afterwards, right? But, yeah. Like Sayatri Devi, etc., like other people. Oh my goodness, thank you so very much. Oh, thank you so much, Powerful Finger. Oh, thank you. Welcome in, Powerful Finger. That is... and thank you so much for... Again, I appreciate it so very much. Yes, if you can help me in any way, either through Throne or through my Linktree or through my other donor links, I would appreciate it. Again, only after you've taken care of yourself and what you need. But it's good to see you, Powerful Finger. This is the Grillian Sicilian. It isn't even an event. The Aryans that absorbed Yaz culture became Iranians, and the ones that absorbed Ivy's... Yeah, exactly. Like, it's the reason why it's called the migration theory, right? Because it took over hundreds of years. Like, it wasn't just like everybody just moved at once. It was people began to move into that region, right? As you said earlier, right? Where you added in the Sapta Sindhava, right? Like, it was only then right? That once people began to settle now, there were already people there. In fact, this is stuff you can even see in their own writings, right? Like once they do begin to write, they acknowledge there are other people there. And we know that there are other people there because then they also write about how other people came to live in the Sapta Santava, right? So it's just like, but now if we're going to think of it through the lens of a conspiracy, that changes things, right? Because now it's like, all of the evidence that we've looked at, and again, like this is one of those things, like if you study like race and the idea of race, right, especially in the historical context, right, like that is to say, not just in a sociological sense, right, in the here and now, but going back, even further, the 19th century theories of like, to explain all of this, like that's all that is. Like that's all it's trying to do. It's just trying to say that every civilization was started by Europeans. That's essentially what it's trying to say. That's like all it's ever been used for. Oh no, don't. Is What If Alt-Hist alive online? I thought he was busy running a cult. Well, I thought since he runs his personal stuff, like his whole... No, he is going from podcast to podcast. But since he has this... Oh, yes, thank you so much. I will put this... I actually will put this up here. But yes, he is going around to different podcasts and being also called a historian, right? So there's like a huge problem with all of this, right? It's like she's being called a historian, and yeah, there's a problem with that. But cult, I mean, probably. Oh no, don't even get me started on Savriti Devi. Why are the French like this? I don't know. I really don't know. Him, Brian, Berietic, all are losers, insulting to historians. You said it. You said it, not me.
And it's funny that an event of this scale, that there was a concentrated effort to really wipe it out. And it was only in the 21st century that we confirmed it actually happened through a bunch of different...
This is not true. I don't know what you're talking about. There is nothing that has confirmed that it happened. Again, the more we have had more studies done, more things that are done sociolinguistically, right, archaeologically, etc., right? Like all, the more we find that it was a slow process that took over hundreds of years, right? And it did not come about one, because the issue is that the invasion theory is about one group of people that looks a very specific way, right? Dominating over another group of people that looks different from them, right? This is the problem with the people that want to say, it's a conspiracy because it's as if, right, the truth is it actually happened in this way. And it's like, no, that is not what happened. I mean, Timothy Schneider is also called a historian. Same with Robert Conquest. I mean,
different things, but still Indian nationalists claim it didn't happen. And
well, okay, if we're going to talk about things like pertaining to Hindutva, let's say, right, like let's say we are going to, then there is this idea that civilization started in the Indian subcontinent, and then it's the out of India theory, right, like hypothesis or whatever you would like to call it, right? That's different, right? Because their whole thing is everything was already here and it just went out of the subcontinent. That is the integral difference, right? Essentially, India never got any outside influences, right? Because at the end of the day, that's what nationalists try to do, right? This is something that even if you read Benedict Anderson's book, right, Imagined Communities, right, is that The nationalism essentially makes people have to construct a revisionist history, right, where they try to remove all the heterogeneous elements, right, and make it seem as though there is a pure history going all the way back of a specific group of people, and that just is not true, right? So both theories, quote unquote, right, are incorrect. The invasions and the out of India theory, right, like both of them are. That doesn't mean that because this one is wrong that somehow proves the other one. Those are two separate, I don't know. Also, Rahigari DNA testing found that all Indians have in a component, North Indians having slightly higher Neolithic Indian farmer component. It's also their justification for Brahmin maintaining a caste hierarchy. Exactly, yeah, and that too, right? It's like, it's not just used for... It's always used for purposes... It's not liberatory, I'll put it like that. Neither of these two theories are liberatory, right? They're always used to justify oppression. That's all they've ever been used for.
The reason I don't study prehistory, the reason that this is the history podcast, History 102, not Prehistory 102, is for reasons that we will gradually see over this episode. That the sources I'm using for this historic event are basically all linguistics or archaeology or stuff that can change, while for the other historic events, we have for the last 1,000 years, you can generally get records from every single side involved. For the 100 Years' War, the American Civil War, every side involved, we have records of their perspective. But for this, we're basically just looking at genetics and...
Oh gosh, this is already going so bad. We're gonna look at genetics, no! Oh gosh, no. Gosh, this is going to be so bad, isn't it? One, we do have other people that talk about it. That is wrong. That is the reason why we have come to understand it was a migration. Because it's not like there was nobody around. That's always the thing. People always act like they just showed up and there was nothing there, right? It's literally like terra nullius, right? It's like how... again, it's essentially viewed through the lens... I'm from North India and I'm cringing, right? It's just like, it doesn't... The issue is that, and this is what I've always found, the people that want this to be true, is that the reason why they like the invasion myth, right, is because it's fundamentally a settler colonialist myth, right? And it's another way of them, right, saying like this was, as it were, innate already, right? Like this is just quote unquote who we are, how we are, right? And it's like, no. But that's precisely how they try to view it. That's why the people that tend to like it, that's why Americans loved it, right? Because they liked it, because then it was then used to justify, right, like their genocidal campaigns against the indigenous peoples, right, among other things. But it's always because it's, if we look at it, what is it that it fundamentally is? It's a settler colonialist myth, right? That's what it is. It's a fantasy, right? The biggest problem, the biggest promoter of that theory is a Dutch race scientist called Konrad Elst. Oh, okay. The biggest problem with any ethnogenesis, I hate that concept, theory relating, is that we don't... Well, I mean, even if we are going to look at genetics, right? Like the thing with ethnogenesis is that happens regardless of genetics. You know what I mean? Like nations didn't need genetic testing in order to create themselves historically. Right. I get your point though. I understand what you're trying to get at. So I'm not saying, but the issue being that like for this particular myth, right, it's acting as though it was a closed off group, right, that then came and settler colonized, right, northern India and completely took it over, right? So
linguistics, and there are some. The Aryans ended up hitting up against some historic societies, but it's really remarkable that something this big can happen, and we don't know that much about it. And it really begs the question, we found this through genetics especially, that there were huge events in prehistory that we're only just discovering now due to genetics. And the world's really a funny place. This is on the edge of recorded history, where let's say there's a veil between recorded history and prehistory. And this exists right.
The difference between prehistory and history is writing. That's it. If there are texts, it's history. If there are not, right, like before the invention of writing, that is prehistory. That is the general line. So it's a weird thing for him to act like they can commingle at the same time. At least that's how it's coming off to me, but
right on the veil. It's right on the edge for what we have records on. And
is he saying that it's piercing the veil? No.
And also, histories until pretty recently purposely left this out, because for the Aryan invasions, it obviously was associated with the Nazis. And so
it obviously was associated with I wonder why that might be. I wonder why that became associated. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's because of reasons. Like, why is it associated with them? What did they use this theory, quote unquote, for? Right? Like it's like, oh, it's just been maligned because it's associated with them. No. They associated it with themselves, bro. Like,
I call it the blue pill era. The blue pill era is 1960 to like 2020. And there were a series of completely incorrect.
Wait, what happened in 1960? And what happened in 2020? Was the Biden was the Biden election? Was Biden becoming president? Was that the red pill moment? Like, I don't know. It's a very weird thing to say. From 1960. Well, I do know that he has said in previous videos on his other channel that he doesn't read anything before, what, 1965 or something? So I'm surprised that he even, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's a weird
beliefs that were pushed in the blue pill era. One of which is that men and women are the same, that progress is innate, that genetics doesn't affect society, that culture doesn't matter. There's like 12 of these. And so part of the blue pill...
There are 12 things. Here are the 12 things that make you woke. Yeah, I'm gonna have to press X to doubt, because this literally just sounds like Twitter rant garbage here. Like, I'm completely convinced that that's just what this is. Like, chat, you're all woke, hate to break it to you. Yeah, everybody here is woke because, he doesn't read anything after 1965. Right, yeah, exactly. That's right, after 1965.
Era was saying that prehistoric peoples were peaceful and that there was no migration in the prehistoric.
Okay, that's just a straight up lie. that is just a straight up lie. If there is one thing that humanity has been doing since its dawn, quote unquote, it's migrating. Like, the fixed border regime that we have now is the strangest thing for all of human history. Like for the tiny little sliver that it is right now, this past, like, for people to act as though it is normative of every time in the past, it's just ridiculous. No.
World. That was something people believed for decades, that people just migrated out of Africa. They sat in their place, and then no one moved into each other's place for 100,000 years.
What? They sat in their place? Oh my gosh. No. The story of humanity is a story of migration. At least that is one way that you could try to simplify, if you could, I guess. I don't really think you can, because it's far more complex than that. But still, right, one could say, arguably, that the history of humanity is the history of migrations. Because that's what humans do. That's what all, animals tend to move around. Right? But humans especially. Right? So, I don't know. I don't know. I don't... Another thing, too, is, their place. The idea of there being their place, that's completely a contemporary thing. Not even a... that only arose with nationalism, so...
And that's just completely ridiculous. It makes no sense. And now...
It was COVID or broke his... He's equating migration with colonialism as well. True. That's very true.
Now we've had a tremendous amount of research that tribal people waged warfare, but there was a period where you weren't allowed to talk about tribal warfare in academia. And
okay, this is a straight up lie, and just the fact that he's saying, this is obviously racialized, right? Because nobody ever considers the Europeans to be part of this grouping here. And I've already gone over many times over why I do not like the term tribe, because people use it to mean everything, right? It's all subunits of people, right? From the nation all the way down to the family, right? To the individual. It's anything in between those two things, it's tribe. No. There are clans, there are... so many other things, but this idea that you couldn't talk about warfare is not true, because that's how we have a lot of evidence that certain people were around and what they did, right? That's how we know what weapons they used, right? Which technology they had. The issue is with the wording that he's putting it here, right? It's that he's saying we couldn't talk about it. No, the issue was that racists, right, literal racists, wanted to justify, for example, and they still do to this day, the conquest of, for example, the Americas, and also part, of Africa, etc., colonization, right, with this idea that Europeans ended said warfare, right, that before that there was nothing but warfare, and that only with the European colonists, only then there was an end to that warfare, which is completely erroneous. It's completely false. That's what he's trying to say. That, that's what was not allowed. Well, lying is not allowed. Just hate to break it to you, bro.
So the irony that we found through just studying the topic is that tribal people have a lot of warfare. It kills between 20 to 30% of their male population every generation. And on top of this, what we found through genetic...
Wait, so, see, this is the thing. Okay, fine. 20 to 30% of their young men, whatever. Okay, fine, what? Then shouldn't people be anti-war by now? If we supposedly are blah, 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 whatever, so progressed as a society, why are people like this so pro-war? Because they always never shut up about young men, right? And all their struggles, right? But, they're oh, but it's 20 to 30%, it's nothing, right? It's just a statistics,
Is it migrations and tribal genocide?
100% of people died, exactly.
Is completely normal. The population of Europe was...
Wait, what? What did he just say? No, he did not say what I think he just said, did he? Did he just say what I think he just said?
On top of this, what we found through genetics is that migrations and tribal genocide is completely normal.
Oh my god. There's a book by Oxford, and you know, it's not the best book on the subject, but it's literally called The History of Genocide, and it does go into, right, you know, classical era, pre-classical era genocides, right, like in ancient times. It actually is not okay or common or whatever. Like that's not, like that's actually not a thing that tends to happen. Like I think, I know. I'm just like, excuse me, bro, you gotta calm down. But this belief that it was okay or that it was permissible is like, even like, let's say even in the Bible, right? Like even in the Tanakh, right? Like in the book of Joshua, etc., right? You literally have like them saying, "Oh, and then they became one with the Jebusites, right? Who founded Jerusalem before the tribes of Israel got there, right? Before the Benjaminites, right, would have it, right? Would call it their home, right? So because at the end of the day, the quote unquote Israelites are just another Canaanite peoples, right? It's just their own, like the history of this one group, right? Which itself is an amalgamation of multiple groups. I mean, it's even in their own story. And when I say there is because I'm saying like in the historical sense, right? Because I mean, I'm Jewish too, but it's like, it's kind of weird to say like in my story, right? Because it's not like, I don't know. It's a weird positioning of that, but still, right? It's that we understand that it's not literal, but one of the things it does do is that it does note the fact that, oh, there are these other people here, and also we intermarried with all of them, right? Are there stories of horrific things happening? Yes, obviously, but this idea that somehow it was like completely acceptable, no, like you know, it's like it's kind of like the people that ask, and this is a, you know, this might be seen fraught or whatever, but like where is there a society where murder like as such is okay? None, right? Like there's never been a society where murder is good or is seen as good, right, as positive, right, as such, right, like in a generalized sense. So it's weird to hear that then like a mass scale, right, atrocity would somehow be generally acceptable.
Population of Europe was genocided at least 7 times during the last ice age.
What? Okay. What are you talking of? 7 times? Okay, that doesn't even make any sense. During the last ice age, okay, last ice age, Europe. Is he counting disease? Like, is he counting, like, plagues as that? Because that's completely out of people's control, right? Like, that's just using it to mean any mass death. I don't know. I don't know.
And is replaced each time. And so what happened with the Indo-Aryan invasions is that it was just...
The Indo-Aryans? I'm just imagining a whole bunch of Warriors.
completely taboo to talk about in academia. And so only now are we in the sort of place where we can reconstruct a narrative about what it was about.
Reconstruct. Historians don't know. Reconstruction being the historical thing, that's not... No. That is not... No.
Because it pushed up against too many sacred cows that academia didn't want to talk about.
You know, the funny thing is that people say academia doesn't want to talk about X, right? It never stops talking about everything, right? Like, academics literally are always talking about something, writing about something. So this is just completely untrue. Are there times when things become less popular of a topic to talk about, and, you know, there are not as many books being published, as many art? Yes, that's how it's cyclical. I don't know what to tell you, right? And then I'm Waluigi. Yeah. Like, if they were all Warios, the Indo-Warians. There's nothing to reconstruct. It's a wholesale construction. Exactly. Like that's the problem I'm having with this. By him saying we've reconstructed. It's like, no, you haven't. Like, unless you're gonna tell me that you know how to speak Proto-Indo-European next. Yeah, I don't even.
And also because academia for the Blue Pill era had Nazi derangement syndrome.
Oh my.
Even something that's adjacent.
Okay, this is the... I'm pausing a lot, but come on. Seriously, though. Nazi derangement syndrome. I think if there's one group of people that I think definitely just... The problem was they didn't want to... Oh my gosh, this is...
The Nazis. We had to pretend it never happened. Where the Nazis were using false racial science to say that they were the true Aryans, and they were using this as their narrative to basically justify the colonization and genocide of Eastern Europe. And so academia went through a derangement syndrome that only now do we have the information to put this story together.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's a good explanation. So we're want to take us through it?
Yeah, sure thing.
See, this is the thing I have with these, like one thing, like Boy Meets Minnie would know this, right? Talorcs, right? Other people that have come on stream, right? Is like, we have a dialogue, right? We actually will be like, oh, you know, what about this, right? We actually question, we actually have a real discussion. We don't just say, yep, sounds good. Like, I don't know. To me, it's like, what are you even there for, bro? It's like he doesn't even try to confirm anything. He just like, yeah, sounds about right.
So let me start with let me start with explaining the sheer scope of the Indo-Aryan invasions, and then from that we can backtrack to explain how they happened. Where Indo-European language, and actually I need to go through the terminology first. This is one of those things that's been obfuscated through purposeful misuse of terminology. So there's a...
Bro, you don't want to start talking about misuse of terminology, because there's a running list in my mind right now. Just
bunch of names you could use here. You've got Proto-Indo-European, which the acronym goes to PI. I could never understand why academia made an acronym called PI, and no one made jokes about it or pointed it out.
Because that isn't the point. It's PIE, yes. But that's because it stands for Proto-Indo-European. That's all that, like... Why did academia make something that sounds funny and didn't turn it into a meme? I don't know. That's not exactly what academics tend to do. I don't know.
Or anything. So there's Proto-Indo-European. There's
These people really like their derangement syndromes. It's true. Rudyard is such a well of reliable knowledge. Like... I also think it's interesting to me that since we know Rudyard only went to college for, like, what was it, like, was it a year or like a semester or something? That to him, the higher stage of history, right, is 102. Like, I've been thinking about that name how like for him, this is the real like upper level history, 102, and it's like, what about like 494? Like any number besides one that starts with the 1.
Aryan. So the Proto-Indo-Europeans were the Western branch of this. They're the people who conquered into modern Europe.
No. Indo. It's the Indo is in Indo-European, bro. Indo. Oh my gosh. So what you're saying is there are 2 Indias. There is the India in South Asia, and then there is the India of the West. Okay, good to know.
Then you have the Indo-Aryans, and they were the ones that went down into India and Iran. They're also called the Yamnaya and the Kurgan. And for each
No. The Yamnaya and the Kulgan. Okay, Kulgan. Those refer to cultures, right, that we only have traces of, right, when it comes to their use of horses, to their use of particular types of, different types of items, right, like ritual items, right? But the Kulgans, right, that literally means mound, right? That's what that stands for. And it's because they would build funerary mounds. The Yamnaya were a people, right? So far, again, this is looking into prehistory, right? So this is an approximation based off of, right, archaeological evidence, etc. But to say that they're all the Yamnaya and the Kulgan is like, no, the Kulgan, that's describing people that do a specific thing, right? You don't see like Kulgans in like the middle of like, I don't know, like in Agra or something, right? You don't see mounds there, because the terrain is different, right? You're not in the Eurasian steppe, so it's so there's a difference. That's why you can't just say Kulgan, or Kulgan refers to people that specifically did a specific thing, right? That they made burial mounds, right? And the Yamnaya is just, again, a description of people that used horses, right? And as we already know, the horse was domesticated in 2 places, not just one. As much as people like Rudyard would probably claim only the Proto-Indo-Europeans were the only ones that domesticated it. Yes, it was on the steppes, but one was in the west, right, closer to where Yamnaya, Kulgan, right, where those terms are associated with, and the other one was Tochai, which is closer to modern-day Xinjiang, right? So, in sort of eastern Siberia. There are some mass graves been found, but not extensive compared to burial types. Bronze Age ones in England includes cannibals, and there's one in Germany, right? This guy is not serious. No, he is not. If our civilization is named after what we leave behind, our era of humans will be known as the trash people. I mean, that kind of makes sense if you consider Wall-E, Like, I don't know, like, to me, like, the world that Wall-E works on, kind of feel like that's, the Cool Guns. Sounds like a gang of the Warriors. Yeah, the Cool Guns. Yeah, that's where the name for the Yamuna River came from. Right, exactly. Right, and the Yamuna River is like far. I actually have a map of the Indo-Gangetic Plain, and it actually has like the 2 places where they thought the Sarasvati was, right, et cetera, et cetera. And one of them is that the Yamuna River, right? That like they were people that had these things, that did these things, but to say that like they were the Kulgan, like Kulgan is just it's like calling everybody that lives in Scandinavia Vikings, right? Like, no, not everybody was a Viking. Viking is something you did. Kulgans is just a descriptor, right, for the fact that they buried their dead in mounds, hence the name. But,
each of these, they're archaeological terms for very specific things. And the problem is that when you have too many academics and not enough public historians, is that term
public historians? So that's where he puts himself in. He's a public historian. I see. So there's academic historians and there's public historians. Okay. I understand now.
terms get unnecessarily autistic for silly reasons. Where I was arguing with a geneticist and I was talking about steppe ancestry because the area the Indo-Europeans are from is called the steppe.
Just the steppes are enormous. That's like saying that they literally go across from Ukraine all the way over to eastern Siberia and like northern China. Like, it's an enormous landmass of just like people act like there's the steppes are only southern Russia, western Kazakhstan, and eastern Ukraine. Like, no, it keeps going. Oh gosh.
And so I was saying steppe ancestry is the same thing as Aryan ancestry. And he said, no, steppe is this genetic subcomponent from Siberia that went into the Aryans. And I just thought, can you make a new term? I mean, these terms are so weird.
Why? Okay, so why does he talk about, why did that if this is happening, why did that geneticist mention Siberia? Because that's the steppe. That's literally the steppe. Most of southern Siberia is steppe. Right, then it becomes subtundric, right, and then tundric, and then Arctic, right? Like that's the different divisions of it. And again, his issue is this idea that the Aryans, quote unquote, right, weren't pure, right? So there's that too. Like, what do you mean there were Siberians that became part of it? They already existed. The Indo, it's like no.
And complicated that for a normal person it doesn't really make sense. And so as the only public intellectual who has entered this field, I get to determine how.
Oh my gosh. Oh, as a public intellectual who has entered, the only the einzige Intellektuelle. Oh gosh. That's like saying desert ancestry. You're right. It's like rainforest. It's like, well, what do you mean, bro? Oh gosh. The public intellectual number one right here. Number one, like back in the day we had Jean-Paul Sartre, we had Simone de Beauvoir, we had Jean Genet, we had all Albert Camus, all that. Now we have the Grillin Sicilian. We've just total upgrade. Which, speaking, again, if you'd like to help me in some way, I do have an emergency run fund. If you would like to donate to it, help me out, you can always go to throne.com/Shakespeare, as it's spelled, my username, and there you will find it. If you would like to, again, only if you've taken care of yourself first. You're under don't feel obligated to under any circumstance, but only if you can, please. I would very much appreciate it. Let's go back to public intellectual number one.
These things get to I get to make up the terms now. No one else has done it before me, so I'm just going to call them all.
See, this is the difference. Academics don't actually act this way. Like, if that's his contention, that... Actually, let me get my Stender really quickly. If people don't know what a Stender is... This is a Stender. It's in Yiddish, Stender. But it's to hold books up, but I need something to hold up my phone. Invented a category for himself. Exactly. he took the grow pill and gained all the knowledge. Literally.
Aryan, because Aryan was the term that was used before World War II. And
okay. Certainly not any red flags. Not any red flags so far. I don't have to bring out my no red flags decided. Okay? No red flags yet. If there are any red flags, I will make sure to know.
Academia was purposely making the terms hyper complicated because they didn't want to have to deal with the Nazi discussion. But World War...
Yeah, because it's not like academics talk about, like, do you know how many academic books come out about just, like, specific aspects of just those 12 years? Let alone, like, magnum, right, magnum opie, like Sir Richard Evans's, right, the Third Reich trilogy, right, the coming of the Third Reich of power, the Third Reich at war, like, let alone something like stuff talking about its afterlife, like Deborah Lipstatt's, right, denying the Holocaust, right, the growing assault on truth and memory, or just like every other, right, historian or genocide study scholar or, Jewish study scholar, etc., right, that has talked about the stuff, sociological studies, right, that have been made, legal study scholars, right, like lawyers, etc. Like, this is just not even true at all.
War II was nearly 100 years ago, so I think we've aged out. Almost everyone involved in that conflict is dead, and so, for my opinion, we've aged out where we can remove the derangement about terminology. And
it's not like language used in the profession tends to become quite specialized to be accurate and precise. Exactly, right? It's not like, for academics, precision and accuracy is what we care about. Humanity, social sciences, right? Etc., etc. It's not like we care about those things because we want to leave things completely ambiguous so people, like, if people read our books, they can't tell what on earth we're talking about.
Aryan was a term, it's been in use since the 18th century, and it's actually no, it's been in use since 2000 BC, because Aryan is Sanskrit for noble, and it was a term for their nobility. And then it was...
Oh my gosh, okay. Oh, I really wish that I still had my old... Because when I was learning the history of language, like, one of the things that I did learn was, like, I've mentioned it before, right? I learned, like, Old English, right? I learned, Proto-Indo-European stuff, Proto-Germanic, Proto-Romance, right? Latin, Greek, etc. And I really wish that I had, and Sanskrit, I really wish that I had my old Sanskrit dictionary, because it was so good. It was probably as big as the Tanakh, but it gave such a detailed and beautiful explanation of each. It's like, it gave you specific passages, like, oh, this is the first time it's used in the Mahabharata or whatever it is, right? And it's just like, it was very nice. He's gonna totally ignore Dravidian influence. Yeah. When parents tried reading my PhD thesis in physics, they stopped after the introduction. Oh my god. It's interesting you say that, because, like, people think that, like, for a historian, right, that, like, okay, like, when I'm writing for an academic audience, I am not expecting someone to just pick up my book and just read it. That's why, like, on my Patreon, right, I have articles that are specifically for a more public audience, right, where, I sort of, give more general history stuff, right, because I don't want to go into, like, the story of, like, one legal battle that happened over the ownership of this one well in Nablus, right? Like, and go into all of the legal, stuff like that, or whatever it might be. I mean, I'm just giving that as a random example, but, or stuff regarding, like, the Circassians and, like, why so many of them moved to Jordan, what is now Jordan, and why Amman is now initially was a Circassian majority town before it became an Arab city after the expulsion of the Palestinians, etc., etc. Right? Like, I don't want to get all, for example. But like, if I want to give like brief sort of, stuff that I will leave sources in, so if people are interested in that are good introductory sources, that's what I try to do when I write for my Patreon. But if it's for an academic audience, you can't write like that because they already know that stuff.
Co-opted by Nazis. No, sorry, it was first taken in by European linguists who found that there were similarities between because the British were colonizing India. They found there were linguistic similarities between the Indian languages like Hindi and Sanskrit and Latin and Greek, and then later...
Oh my gosh. Hindi. Here we go. I will defer to... Yes, I know. I was about to say Hindi was a British invention. Like, the whole thing. Yes. It's a constructed language. It's something that was... because, at one point, the British called it Hindustani, right? And it meant, like, everything that was spoken from upwards of Balochistan all over until you get Bengali, pretty much. And it's just like, that is this, right? Yeah, it's a formalization of Urdu. Yeah, exactly. And so it's just... like, the fact of how ahistorical it is for him to say this is just so... What they saw, as well as combining all the diverse languages of the North, kind of like legalese. No, right, exactly. Like there were all of these different languages, right, that even now, right, like nationalists will use and say, actually, they're all Hindi anyway. And they will just collapse all of the supposed differences and then flatten it into this construction, right, that is a leftover from colonial rule. Because it created one standard by which then the British, if they had to communicate with their colonial subjects, right, was the only one that they would have to use. And that's one of the issues with a lot of this, is like, it's the same thing with like all the usage of colonial languages, right? It's like, there's a reason why it you tend to have this collapsing of surrounding languages into one larger one. When colonial powers try to construct, right, a single language by which to, make their subjects have to learn it so that way they can communicate with them, etc., etc. That is, if they aren't also making them learn the language of the colonizer, right, which is typically already, that's like, that goes without saying. But yeah, because, there was like Bihari, there was, just like all of these different languages that essentially just got, stuff that we do even have writing for, that like someone that does know modern Hindi can't necessarily understand, because like there's grammatical differences, right, but sad. It was the Jesuits. It was the Jesuits.
English and French. And so
the Jesuits also, well, in the Spanish colonies, for one thing, they did that there. They were very good at like creating the standard Spanish, for example, that then like, was then taught to the colonized subjects there as well. Bhojpuri, Awadhi, Kanauji, Rajasthani, Kariboli, etc. Like, it keeps going, and instead now it's just this megalithic thing that is, What's weird too is I also have a book that actually is to like teach Hindi, and it actually has a weird revisionist view of what Hindi is. Like, it also completely skips that part. It just talks about Sanskrit, and then it's like, suddenly, India's an independent country. It's like, I feel like stuff happened between, like, 1700 BCE and, like, 1947. I don't know what, but, there's something. But, I mean, I'm sure the I know that, like, with Jesuits, with a lot of the missionaries, that's where you get, like, them writing about Malayam and Kannada, right? Like, that's usually where you get a lot of that, because that's where you have them, right? By Pondicherry, right? Pondicherry, as the French would have called it, but also Goa, right? Stuff like that. So,
in the 18th century, they were looking at these linguistic similarities from India to Europe, and they found that there had to be some underlying cultural event where where these sorts of things don't just happen. And this is an interesting debate in anthropology where you'll find certain things like
random fact, but these islands up here, right? Some of you might know this place. It's called Svalbard, but because of a treaty that was signed a long time ago, this is the only place that actually has to be open to people to immigrate to. Like essentially, if you can make it out here, right? It's not exactly easy, right? But if you want to immigrate somewhere, here, a treaty signed a long time ago because of, when they were doing Arctic stuff, makes it so that Svalbard has an open immigration regime. So, just, in case you really like the cold. The first South Asian Bible translations were Dravidian. Right, Tamil and Malayalam. Yeah, exactly.
Like very similar myths in Mexican society as Chinese society. Or you'll find...
Of course, the two non-Indo-European societies, China and Mexico.
These uncanny similarities in architecture or in philosophy. So the question anthropologists always get into is, do these things spread by people carrying them and by the ideas, or are these their underlying archetypes in human thought and human behavior? And so I was reading Joseph Campbell, who was a big anthropologist of like the World War II era, and he was talking about how these similarities in mythology and architecture between the Mexicans would have had to have stemmed from people from the Middle East sailing to Mexico. And I think because his worldview didn't factor in...
What? Oh my gosh. Now it's the Mexica, the indigenous people of Mesoamerica. There's no way that they could have built pyramids on their own. Oh my god. Oh gosh. Somehow Mexico got roped into this. Mexico catching strays over here. Like, my goodness.
My personal opinion is that there are probably these underlying archetypes inside human psychology, which is why you keep on seeing like...
No, not the archetypes. Oh gosh, why is this making me think of not just Jung, but this actually makes me think of a bad reading of Jung, right? Like, this is what's his name? The guy that's like, oh, there's the adventurer and the different things that you can be. And then there's also, like, Jordan Peterson as well. Gosh, right? Philip Roth? No, not Philip Roth. Oh, gosh. Confusing him with someone else. But anyway, like, it's like a bad reading of Jung. But not that Jung is, but still, it's just...
Dragon myths or certain types of architecture repeated in different societies. That very interesting digression aside, with this division between...
Wait, so all people have dragons. I mean, that's what people call them. Right, like that's what Europeans say. Oh, those are dragons, right? Like in Chinese, like in Mandarin, right? The word is long, right? Like, it doesn't, like, you know what I mean? It's like the whole dragon comes from, like Dracon, blah, 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 right? Like, to call them all dragons, that was a decision by people describing those things, not the people that calling them that. So the similarity is that they are called that. They are seen as similar. Not necessarily that they are similar. It's the same thing with architecture, like, oh, if someone builds a house in the Middle East and someone builds a house in Mexico, there's no way that the person in Mexico could have built a house on their own. They obviously had to have, like, again, like, also, what does he mean by architecture, right? Like, because if it's just the pyramids, then it's like, we know how they began to make pyramids because we can see. It also isn't, right? It also isn't something that is exactly, like, unheard of, right? Like, you have the ziggurats, right, in Mesopotamia, right? You have other cultures in Mesoamerica that began well before the Mexica to build pyramids, or the Mayans, etc., etc. So it's like kind of a weird thing to focus on, but I literally think it's because of pyramids. Like, they just cannot accept that two civilizations, non-European ones, right, came up with, quote unquote, right, pyramids on their own, right? Because of course, do humans evolve similar ideas independently, organically, or do they spread by groups of people migrate? I mean, okay, see, this right here is a tactic where, because we know humans migrated around the world, right, that is how some people will try to then say, this is how these ideas spread via that migration, right? So therefore, they didn't know it on their own. But then that begs the question, where did those groups of people learn it? Where did the groups of people before that learn it from? Right? It's like, if you're not able to go back into an infinite regression, right, then that point doesn't work. But he's trying to use the fact that we know people migrated all over the world, across, right, the Bering Strait, into the Americas, right? Therefore means that there must have been people that had Egyptian knowledge before Egyptians started building pyramids, how to construct pyramids, even though they constructed pyramids differently. But also, it also doesn't make sense because we also know people went back across the ice bridge. So then why didn't they build pyramids? Right? It's like, that's the problem with this. It's like, he's using something that is generally understood to be true, right, to then say, well, that's how they must have learned it, right? Not, they were separated for thousands of years, and, the idea of building up is not exactly new, right? So the fact that, you have pyramids is just, I mean...
is that with the Aryan linguistic similarity,
the Germanic dragons were called worms. Yeah, exactly, worms. I mean, like, yeah, even in Old English, it's still called worm. I mean, like, in Anglo-Saxon, if you want to call it that, it's called worm.
Similarities. They are very clearly the same group of people. And we've traced this migration to around 2000 BC. And so for a frame of reference, that's very recent. It's funny when a historian says recent, I call the 1600s recent. And so as a historian, you can't say 2000 BC is recent. If you're in prehistory, you can. Where...
as a historian, eh? Okay.
We are closer to T-Rex than T-Rex was to Stegosaurus. There's this whole genre.
Oh my gosh. See, okay, look, I have given an example like this before, but this is a weird thing that he's trying to do now, right? Because he's saying historians would say that's very recent. Yes, because if we're looking at the history of the entire planet, humans have only been around for just like a tiny sliver of it at the very end. But yet that's the time period that we are supposed to give preeminence to. Right? And then even then, if we look at the span, right, let's say we take 100,000, 250, however long you want to say that there was that split, right, where you get Homo sapiens sapiens, right? Even then, that was a long time ago, right? So saying 2,000 years ago is recent, right? Or 2000 BCE, that is recent, because there's at least, right, 96,000 years before that. So that's why people would say that's recent in history, because yes, in all history, right? But yeah, because I've used the example, we live closer. Cleopatra lives closer to us, right? We live closer to Cleopatra, right, than Cleopatra did to the construction of the pyramids, right? Although we think she's ancient, but she's actually closer to us in time than to the construction of this. But that is to again add to the point that when we think of ancient history, right, we think of it as something that almost is condensed into one very short period of time, right? But it's to showcase that Cleopatra, someone people are more likely to be able to understand as being from ancient times, right, represented even a time that is far later, right, and closer to modern time, right, than even to the construction of something that we also consider very ancient, right, the pyramids, right, so that they coexisted at a time when the pyramids were considered old, right, when they were considered ancient. That's the point of that comparison. I don't know what the whole T-Rex Stegosaurus thing is going to lead to, but I'm not expecting it to go anywhere good.
Of like deep time things where they say, yeah, the Earth is. I have a friend who says that the universe is 14 trillion years old, and he's studied a tremendous amount of. He's a very sharp guy. You might know him actually. He studied a tremendous amount of that sort of science.
Wait! What did you say? Hello, Ferret King. It's so good to see you. Hello, my best pal. It's so good to see you. That reminds me, I completely... make sure, for those of you on Twitch, make sure to go follow the Ferret King. And don't worry, Boy Meets Mini, I definitely will do to you once the cooldown period is over. It's so good to see both of you. Do you feel like you are a dinosaur? Right? I'm just like... completely forgot about shout-outs for some reason. I don't know.
That sort of thing. I don't know if that's true, but if the universe, people...
Yeah, 14 trillions.
People say the universe is 14 billion years old, and life has only been around for 1 billion years. So time is a very big thing. Everything we know and love is in a very small sliver of time. And so 2000 BC, when the Aryan invasions were happening, the pyramids were already nearly 1,000 years old, and there were 1,000 years of civilization in Mesopotamia already. Agriculture had already been around for 8,000 years. And so it's a remarkable... The pyramids are so old. I have to read a couple of books before we make the Ancient Egypt episode, but so we are closer to Cleopatra than Cleopatra was to the building of the pyramid.
He watched my stuff. Oh, this is proof. This is proof right here. He watched my stuff. I know what you did, Grill and Sicilian. I know what you did. Can't believe it. Literally, I just gave that example. Oh my gosh. It's proven now. It's proven now. The Grill and Sicilian has watched the videos I've made on him. Makes sense.
Pyramids. And the Aryan migrations, they go now Indo-European languages or Aryan languages. They're the most common in the world.
No, they're not Aryan languages. That is not what they're called. Only the languages of northern India are called Indo-Aryan languages. That's it. Those are the only ones. The only ones right there. Okay? Not every language of spies. I know, it's like, of all the things he had to say, and also please make sure to join in following Boy Meets Minnie as well. Wonderful one of the best friends of the show, along with, of course, the Ferret King, my best pal. Do I feel like I'm a dinosaur? I still like that. I like that as a comment. It's just...
And that's mostly due to India, where more people live...
Wait, that's mostly due to India? Wait, so he thinks... I think it's just very busy. Very busy. I've missed you as well, Ferret King. I've just been, like, working and doing a whole bunch of other stuff, and now that I finally have some time to actually, stream, I'm like, I have to stream. I've been missing streaming. I've been missing, having chances to talk to people, to talk about various things. So he's saying that the languages of northern India alone are the reason why... Oh, thank you so much, Ferret King. That's very kind of you. Also remember, just as a quick reminder, again, you can feel no obligation to, but if you'd like to help me in some way, you can always go to my Throne at throne.com/Shakespeare, or the other... Oh, thank you so much, Ganja Fairy. I appreciate that. Or to my Cash App or my Venmo. And there you can help me out because I need some help when it comes to rent money, again, but only after you've taken care of yourself first. Please, again, always take care of yourselves first. I should be an afterthought. Don't even, but yeah, if you would like to do that, you can always go there. So anyway, back to the Grilled Sicilian. Or you pre-watched? No, I didn't. I didn't pre-watch it. Like, I've actually tried to avoid watching the Grilled Sicilian stuff after, the whole thing, right? But once I saw him showing up on podcasts as a historian, I'm like, okay, like, now I'm a little, yeah, he was on Rogan, right? Homeschooling. It was on Rogan, that factoid, homeschooling. Oh, I see.
You can draw a circle of 1,000 miles. You could pick a location in like southwest China and then draw a 1,000-mile circle.
Wait, but this isn't the reason why Indo-European languages are the most spoken languages on the planet. Does he realize this? Does he realize this? When they speak Indo-European languages in Australia and New Zealand and South Africa, in fact, most of Africa, in all of Europe, all of the Americas, and in places in the Middle East. Like, this is very... Like, it's not just because there are a lot of people... I mean, there are a lot of people that live in the Indian subcontinent. However... that is not where the majority... In fact, if anything, this would show that Sino-Tibetan languages and the languages that are often sometimes reduced to Malay languages, but really it's the languages that originated from Taiwan, right? That even go all the way over here to Madagascar, right? That include Tagalog, Bahasa Indonesia, Bahasa Malaysia, etc., right? Like, these would be, like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense, because it would actually show that these other languages have more speakers in this circle than Indo-European languages. I don't know. I don't know. I don't get what I don't know.
Around it. That's where most people in humanity live. Most people in the human race live in South and East Asia. And so Aryan languages are spoken by people in northern India, in Europe and its diaspora, including the Americas.
It's diaspora. Oh my gosh. Okay. Settler colonies and comparing them to a diaspora, that's... Yeah, America's the English diaspora. Mm-hmm.
Australia, Russia, and Iran and the Kurds also speak Aryan languages. And you have other language families like the Semitic languages or the Chinese or...
It's not the Chinese, and that is not a language. That is a branch of a language family. There are multiple Semitic languages, right? There are Northern Semitic, Western Semitic, Southern Semitic, etc. But they are part of the Afro-Asiatic language family. Just got to put that out there. The language family is Afro-Asiatic. Why? Because it goes into Asia Minor, and right, the part that the Greeks called Asia, and then it goes down into Ethiopia, right? That's where you have Amharic, Oromo, etc., right? The Arabic is included in this, right? Egyptian, Coptic is included in this, right? Hebrew is included in this. Aramaic is included in this, etc., right? So it's weird, and also for China, one, there's a lot of languages in China. A lot of them that are called Chinese are mutually unintelligible. Like even when I learned Mandarin, like the person that the teacher that was, really was very much into like the Beijing dialect, right? Which just adds the sound to a lot of things, like nar, right? To say that or that thing, right? But anyway, that's besides the point. That is its own line. That is a whole other language family called the Sino-Tibetan languages, let alone Korea and Japan, and like there's just so much here that's just like
Bantu, and those all have...
Oh my god, no, those can't. Oh. Those are not language families. Those are... Anyway.
All of those languages were spread at some point by a big migration that related to the discovery of a new way of life. For the Bantu migrations, where most of Africa speaks Bantu languages, it was ironworking and a gene that against malaria. For the Semites, which are the Arabs and...
oh my gosh, no. No. This is already going so bad. This is just getting... There are no such thing. There are no such people as Semites. That isn't a thing. Right? That isn't a thing. That is, if anybody thinks that is a thing, it's the reason why anti-Semitism refers to the Jewish people, because that term was used to replace the phrase Judenhass, literally Jew hatred, in German. That's why it is only used to describe hatred against the Jewish people on a racial basis, right? Because that's what it was conceived as being. But it was based on 19th century race science that took something that we understand as people that speak a particular language are sometimes called, right, that thing, right? Like, oh, these are Semitic speaking peoples, right? It's kind of like when people talk about like the Germanic tribes, right? That just means they spoke a Germanic language. That says nothing about what they believed in, how they looked like, what type of food they ate, nothing. All that it's talking about is they spoke a Germanic language. That's what the Germanic peoples are, right? It's only nationalism that tried to create this idea that there was somehow a one-to-one correlation back in history to particular groups of people, right? But that's just is not the case, right? And so again, this is why there's just so much wrong with saying, oh, there's this people and this people. Yes, we speak Semitic languages. Yes, particularly Western Semitic languages. But again, that is all that is describing, right? Like, technically speaking, anybody that was raised speaking any Semitic language would also be considered to be a Semitic, you know what I mean? Like, because that's the only thing it's telling you, is that you speak that thing, right? Yeah. Mao did Mandarin imposition, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, well, again, and that was because he also did the campaign, right, to simplify all of the characters, right? And it did help. I mean, I'm not going to say that it did raise, literacy rates, but it did come with Mandarin imposition. So, but I mean, again, we also know, right, that in all of these different, like we also know, like, how Russia, right, the Soviet Union, it had Russian imposition as well, right? Yes, it did have all the nationalities represented, right? But still, all of the business had to be done in Russian. So we have that too, right? Or like in America, where we have English imposition, right, et cetera, right? It's just, or in America, where you have English imposition, right? Same thing, in other countries, right? But yeah, because Mao did the huge literacy campaign with Mandarin, then that also skewed people, because there are other languages that existed and other dialects that essentially, because they were mostly spoken and didn't necessarily have writing, or if they did, the writing could be read by people that speak other languages, because the words themselves are written the same way. This is the reason why, like, there's kanji, right, and etc. Where in Hanja, right, where you do have these things existing in Korean and in Japanese, where someone can look at it and know that it means student, or it means university, or fish, right? Because those tend to be the characters that stay, right? For example, Austronesian. Thank you so much. Akshat, I appreciate that. Yes, Austronesian languages. That's correct.
The Jews. It always rubbed me the wrong way that people call being anti-Jewish anti-Semitic.
That's literally what that is. That literally is what that term was created for. Antisemitismus literally is because of the idea that the Jews are we are a race of people, right? All genetically bound to one another, and therefore, and also unassimilable, right, into anywhere that we lived. And so therefore, people could hate us not on religious grounds, as previously was the case, but on racial/ethnic grounds, right? That is the difference. That's why, again, I know people you will see people say, oh, but, Palestinians or Arabs, or right, are Semites, right? Are Semites as well. But it's like, Semites aren't real, right? Like that concept of Semitic people, right? That only refers to people that speak Semitic languages. There are no people groups, right? That, like, ethnic groups that are those things. And that's why that whenever that term was created, it was created with 19th century race science. And it was a way to say that the Jews are, right, that we are a different race, and therefore can never become part of whatever country we live in. In particular, in this case, it was with Germany, right? Hence why they took the term Judenhass, right? Jew hatred, literally Hass, hate, right? And then started using antisemitismus, right? That's something they use positively, right? Like, they were proud of this new term, right? So it's weird for him to take, like, like Hispanic. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, because all what Hispanic means, right? I mean, like, if you go to the East Coast, right? Like, I know, like, the family I have that lives in New York, like then they refer to people that are Hispanic, right? Almost all the time, especially like if they're Puerto Rican, they just call them Spanish, which is really what Hispanic is supposed to mean. I mean, that's literally what it means, right? Pertaining to Spanish. But is that what people think when they do that, right? Like, no, because it's them trying to take a linguistic category and this idea of it them being an ethnic other, or of us being an ethnic other, right? And also a racial other, and then sort of, because again, it was never used before 1965. So yeah, there's just so much there that's just
because the most anti-Semitic people in the world are Arabs who are other Semites.
What the? This is not true. Fuck this guy. First, fuck this guy. One, no, that is not true. That is not true. That is not true. My fucking God. Second of all, again, they speak a Semitic language. Yes, that does not make them Semites. We are not a separate race. This guy is a melon. I know. It's just like, oh my God. Yeah, Europe. Like, excuse me, trust me. If there was an Olympic award for it would be, and then Israelis, you know.
And so it's just a bad terminology. And so the Semites spread around their area from Morocco out to Iraq.
Oh my God, their area. Oh my God. From Morocco into Iraq. Well, isn't that... No, even the people in these places understand that this is like the people that say that the Arabs colonized, right? That they just like made everybody like as if they were settler colonists, and it's like, no. Like, even the idea of being an Arab has always been tied to speaking Arabic. Jeez. Yeah, but whatever is next, it's always going to be the Israelis. They're the next.
Due to the invention of herding with sheep and cows and all that stuff.
With sheep and cows. Yes. Yeah, that's precisely what happened. Because, as we know, there is no place to have cattle like in very, like in the space between, like, let's say west of the Nile all the way up to Tripoli. That's the best grazing land right there. No.
The Aryans, it's...
My area is between the couch and the fridge, right?
It started around modern Ukraine, and the discovery there was pastoral.
See, look, like, I mean, there is even some belief that, yes, that it started in Anatolia, fine, you know, we can say whatever. But, again, like, you can't just ignore this, because it's just like, because even in this map, it doesn't show what he's talking about. Right? Like, it literally doesn't show what he's talking about. Because it doesn't show this part. It just mentions it way here in the bottom. But it doesn't even mention Indo-Aryan languages. Like... Don't forget the goats, right? But he speaks with such confidence, the unearned confidence of the mediocre, right?
Pastoralism. And with that discovery, with pastoralism, the chariot, you see the first rise of nomadic steppe cultures. And from the period from, let's say, 2000 BC until 1700 AD. So for most of history, except the last few centuries, the nomadic steppe in this area of flat grassland with a climate like Nebraska.
Nebraska! Bro, hello, Socialist Malachi. Okay, now I know for sure. So so of course we know that the Europeans they came to be in Nebraska. Nebraska, Steve. Of all the places he could have compared it to, he's like, yeah, you know where the Indo-Europeans were first came into existence? Nebraska. European Nebraska. That's just, oh gosh. The Semitic Nebraskans. Oh my gosh. I also like how there's the Rus when this didn't exist yet. Like, and just uninhabitable Siberia, which is actually very habitable, but okay. Okay.
Or Iowa. From
Or Iowa. Those are the real two genders. Are you in Nebraska or in Iowa?
Romania through Russia, China, Kazakhstan, Mongolia. That whole region produced horrifying warriors. And the Mongols killed 100 million people.
What? Okay, that's just... Okay. That's... Did they cause a lot of devastation? Yes. Do we have estimates of numbers of exact estimates of... No. No, we don't. Because people were also fighting wars between themselves at the time, for example. In fact, if I remember correctly, there was like a war of dynastic succession in Persia. So... One thing that did happen, though, was that there was a large regrowth of trees during this period, after all of that. But that's about it. That's all I can really say. Sharpie, or it didn't happen. Sorry, I mostly contribute jokes to chat because I'm not knowledgeable. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Jokes are more than welcome.
The Manchu barbarians killed 30 million people. Did
he have to add that at the end there? Like, he couldn't just say Manchu, which already is, its own, But where is he getting these numbers from?
Huns killed like 10 million. It's like this video game thing that just...
That's it. Public intellectual, guys. This is literally the #1 American public intellectual, apparently. Because he's shown up on all of these podcasts, at these different conferences, speaking as a historian, apparently. Apparently he knows. I know, right? The Manchu? Like, excuse me? Have you seen, like, the Qing Empire? Like,
spawns out barbarians that attack people. And it wouldn't surprise me if the nomadic tribes killed more people in the pre-industrial world than everyone else combined.
This is apologia and genocide denial right here. Right? Oh, well, things used to be far worse before. It's literally trying to minimize modern genocides by saying this. Just noting that is a strategy that people do. Like, and you don't have to, if you want to go read Deborah Lipstadt's book, I highly encourage, right? Denying the Holocaust, it even is there. It's in many other books, right? But it's always this. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, like, before things were worse, before people would be killed by the blah, 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 right? Why should we care about this one group of people? It's always the same stuff. It's always the same...
The Aryans were the first wave out of it, and they were the first wave because they got the things that gave the nomads a military advantage first. And we've used archaeology and genetics on this stuff, and so...
Wait, on the tools? They did genetics on tools?
The Aryans were... it was this fault line between farming peoples moving up from the Middle East and herding peoples further north up in the grasslands. And it occurred in this geographic hearth area of modern Ukraine, the Caucasus, and Kazakhstan, Western Kazakhstan. This area.
I even said this. I even said he was going to say that it's only limited. I literally said this at the start of this. He's going to say they only lived from Ukraine to Western Kazakhstan. I knew it. Because that's all they ever do. Of course they couldn't have gone anywhere else, right? Of course they couldn't have been anywhere else. I literally called it. I just... Bro, why are you so predictable? Like, this is way too... I know. It's just, like, of course, yeah, right up to the Ural River, actually. Just right there, where Europe ends, of course.
Called the Pontic Steppe. And...
That is... No, I'm not even gonna...
Modern Ukraine has a grassland that's kind of comparable to, like, Illinois, Iowa, the Midwest.
Why does he have to keep comparing it to America? It's like... Is he saying that, like, that would be the equivalent of the Urheimat of these people? Like, yes, that is actually where they're... Iowa's the place where you see the real... Oh my gosh.
It's one of the most fertile places in the world, and the Russians call it the black soil area because the soil there's...
It's not just the Russians that call it that. That is what it is called because of the type of soil it has. That is literally what it's called.
So fertile that it's just black with nutrients. And so in that area, you saw the mixing of the farming peoples from the Middle East with the local hunter-gatherer peoples who incorporated herding. And fault line cultures tend to be the most advanced, where if your culture is on a kind of fault line between multiple cultures, you can incorporate advantages from different societies at once and then get a strategic advantage from it because you're existing on the edge. And Peter Turchin's run statistical model.
Living on the edge is what what gives you the advantage. This is just, okay. So, if we're going to talk about the Pontic Steppe and all of this stuff, so when he's saying the Middle East, what he's talking about is the Anatolian farmers, right? That they go up and then intermarry with, over centuries, with steppe nomadic peoples that started to migrate into what is now Europe. That's what he's trying to describe. I don't know what he's getting at with all of this, but I don't know.
Where he found that the thing that creates empires is being on the edge with a different ethnicity for centuries that forces your people to have a strong us versus them sense, because that
ethnicity, oh my god. He's edging. Yeah, he's literally... If I were to be overly generous, at best this is a little ill-informed racist dribble, and I don't grant him such grace. I believe it's far worse, like you said. Yeah.
Sense of, like, having this foreign force that you have to build up strength against, that's what builds your sense of identity. And through archaeology, and this is a story we mostly know through archaeology, Aryan people, they just looked white. I mean...
What? We know this from archaeology. What? What does that even mean? What does look white mean? Does it mean look like him? What kind of white? Like what, like what flavor are we talking about? Like, are we talking like are we talking like pistachio, or like, what are we talking about here? no grace to be given. He's just edging. I like he's like it's just true. They just did look this way. What way? Whiteness wasn't a concept until well after.
With a lot of the ancient archaeology and ancient genetics, the racial groups of a long time ago were completely different from today. If you were to go back to Europe in the last...
Do you realize this contradicts what you just said? You just said they were white, but now you're saying racial groups back then were different. One, racial groups weren't a thing back then, quote unquote. Like, that's something that is something only in modernity that we even have the concept of. Which whiteness is people saying they are not this or that, right? They are not black, they are not indigenous, they are not Jewish, right? It's a negative ontology. So it's weird for it to be in the affirmative, but also to then say, but also back then the categories were different. Then how can you connect? I don't know.
Ice Age, the inhabitants of Europe 20,000 years ago,
Vanilla.
They were genetically completely different from anyone alive today.
Oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding me. So essentially they were aliens, right? They were aliens, is what he's saying. They were aliens. I mean, there's no other way to describe. They were completely genetically different from every other person on the planet. That is just not true. You just described people intermarrying. Also, there were people before the Indo-Europeans already in Europe. So, and we know that they all intermingled with them, let alone everybody else.
Ancient genetics is just a weird rabbit hole. Like, you had people in the current United States 7,000 years ago. There were people in the U.S. who looked like Australian Aboriginals, who looked like Europeans.
What? 7,000 years ago. 7,000 years ago, you could find European-looking people in the Americas. Oh gosh. This reminds me of that lady that told me that there were light-skinned Aztecs. Like, insert that aliens guy. Yeah. Oh yeah. Light skin. That's something that I have read scientific literature on. That light skin was something that developed in the Fertile Crescent as a way to absorb vitamin D. Right.
Who looked like Filipinos.
What? Such a specific group of people. They looked like this nationality, which is also known for its diversity of peoples. Oh my gosh, this dude is so...
The genetic map of the world today is not the genetic map of the world 10,000 years ago. But no, modern...
Yeah, we're actually just even more mixed than ever before. We've always been mixed. I don't know why on earth people would think that there are any distinctions to be had, but whatever.
Aryans who do this, they'd look like white people, and
even the people you call today Germans have genetic continuity with Celts and Slavs that live in that area. I mean, just everything. Again, you have intermarriage all the time, everywhere. It just baffles me when then you have someone assert, yes, everybody was whatever, but also, if you would have seen this group of people that we have no evidence of them looking a specific way, would have looked how modern Europeans looked. Yet, that doesn't make sense, because that isn't what they would have looked like. Like, that's the whole...
We've done genetics on the populations today that are closest to the Aryan invaders. And this is where the Nazi thing is funny, where the Nazis said that the Germans were the purest Aryans. and that they could conquer the Slavs because the Slavs were less Aryan and thus they were subhuman. Through the genetics, we found the Slavs are more Aryan than the Germans are.
Oh my gosh, this is... Oh... No. Just no. This is not how that works. Nobody, the only people that phrase, that term, Aryan, can even be used to describe people that speak Indo-Aryan languages. That is it. There are no people. There are no Aryan people. There are people that speak Indo-Aryan languages. That is it. That is it.
And this is my problem with a lot of race science. And I think there is a reality there.
I know.
It's completely irrefutable that there is another.
Yeah, Bad Lefty is asking, like, why are we looking for that? Like, as if somehow that would make things better? Like, I don't know.
Underlying reality. The problem is that whatever metric people make for a political goal is going to end up being wrong. And because...
What? Okay, then that means free market capitalism is wrong then. if you're gonna say that, well then that means everything that liberalism and capitalism, that capital, bourgeois politics has ever said. Yeah, well then that means that's all wrong too. I mean, just to follow your logic. So, I don't know.
The world's just so messy that when you try to fit these sorts of things in a political mold, like if you say that the English are superior to the Irish, or
nobody here is saying that,
like the upper classes to the lower classes, when you're operating on that level of granularity, we just have no idea.
How is the upper classes to the lower class? How is that granular? That is one of the least granular ways of looking at things. That is what? Like, okay, the English and the Irish, fine, that's one thing. That one could arguably say that's granular, I guess, but the upper classes and the lower classes of where?
And the populations today that are closest to the original Aryan population are, and these have changed. It's a north.
Oh my gosh. I'm guessing this is Sharpie right here. But it's literally exactly what I said. It's Ukraine and Western Kazakhstan. I really wish I knew where this was from. Because it literally doesn't, what am I even looking at? Just looking at this weird purple... It looks like a lizard to me. So the purple lizard here... Okay, so the Pripyat River Valley... And then Munich? What? Oh, Nuremberg. I see.
South gradient where North Europeans are closer. So it's the through different studies, it used to be the Muslim populations in Russia, the Tatars, the Finns, and the current system says the Irish. And I'm attached to that result because I'm ethnically Irish, so I'd like that to be...
Oh my gosh. Bro, you're not... See, this is one thing I never get about Americans, right? They like to claim their heritages, quote-unquote, right? But heaven forbid, right, that someone from, say, Latin America, particularly from the parts of Latin America that they have racialized in a particular way, like, say, Mexico, right? That is white, or regardless, right, even if whatever, but they want to identify with their own European heritage, let's just say, right? They can't, right? You're Americans for all eternity, right? Even when they're 6,000, over 9,000 generations removed from, their random ancestor they had in Ireland. They still act like they could, be dropped back into Ireland and, live perfectly fine. No. You can't even survive St. Patrick's Day, bro. In Chicago, you can't even survive that. He's telling on himself so much. He's gerrymandering race lines. It's just nonsense wrong. One reason she's my... Oh, thank you so much, Bad Lefty. Yeah, he's telling us so much.
But genetics results change so much that the results...
This is why I keep telling people, genetic testing tells you nothing. Like the personal genetic testing tells you nothing. It was never meant to. It's not meant to tell you anything. There's nothing you can extrapolate from it.
In 5 years are not going to be the results today. And this is one of the things...
5 years. If they change in 5 years that much, like...
that I really, really hazard humility for people who are studying this topic. That for all of prehistory, and again, this is why this is History 102.
Hi, Will Peanuts. It's nice to see you. Granular is when massive binary, exactly right. My one problem with race science is, right? It's good to see you, Will Peanuts. It's so good to see you. Listen, I drink my green beer once a year and you won't shut up about it. I'm ethnically Irish.
Not prehistory 102. Right? The results change so fast that I have no idea how anyone involved trusts anything that's being said at any given time. But the general pattern we've consistently found in genetics is that the further north you go in Europe, the more the population is Aryan, and the further south, the more it's native population.
No. I've already said this multiple times, but I will say it again. Also, if you would like to help me out, I do have an emergency rent fund, because I do need help making ends meet. That's from my throne. It's through my throne. It's at throne.com/Shakespeare. If you would like to help me out. If you can't do that, you can also go through my Venmo, which is at Shakespeare, and through my Cash App, which is listed if you don't know. !Don't know. And if only once you've taken care of yourself, only once, again, I should be the last thing that you should, if, you need to always take care of yourselves first. But if you, would like to help me in some way, you can always do so that way. And I would appreciate it. But as I was saying, the only people that the term Aryan is even used for is Indo-Aryan speakers. That's it. Just people that speak the languages of Northern India. That is literally it.
And so in the British Isles, as an example, the Aryan invaders they genetically wiped out 90% of the native population. And
What? Okay, that doesn't even make any sense, because there wasn't... No. This is completely... No. When it comes to Europe, that is not at all what happened. Like, this idea that they just came storming in... No. They intermixed the entire time, slowly spreading out with their herds as time went on. Why? Because the climate started to change. Right? It's the same thing that caused other peoples to move. It's not like they were unique. Right? It's not like they in one go just took over the whole continent. That's why this doesn't make any sense. Like, oh, people that live in an area that gives them easier access to northern grazing grounds went to northern grazing grounds, as opposed to people that live in the Mediterranean basin. I mean, again, that doesn't mean what he's trying to make it mean. And as for the peoples that are being discussed, that would be like saying, like, the Indo-Europeans somehow did not go to the Mediterranean basin, which we know isn't true. That's why we have the continuity of things like Jupiter and Jupiter, right? Like that continuity. But also an overarching linguistic continuity, right? Like if you go north of the Alps, you say fishes, right? In Germanic and Proto-Germanic. If you go down to Latin, right, you have you can either pronounce it Pisces, right, like fish, right, like as people know, like the astrological sign, but it's fish, right, because P's and F's get switched over. But in modern Italian, it's pesce, right, pesce, fish, right, it's the same word. right? Same with water, qua, right? It's quach, and it becomes quas, and then it becomes Wasser, right? Water, right? And then the qua becomes aqua south of the Alps and becomes agua, right? And then if you go out to the eastern part, that's where you get voda, right, for water. But then you have ob in Proto-Iranic. So, like, you know, like the issue is we know what these things are. So there wouldn't be that continuity if there wasn't a gradual movement of peoples and intermarriage and things. Were there wars? Sure, I'm sure there were, but like it's this belief that somehow they just completely devastated everything before them. No, that's not true. Like even like the BBC doesn't, like the stuff that they will post doesn't say anything like that, because it is not the case. It's like it's not that, oh, the Proto-Indo-Europeans are somehow like uniquely better fighters or whatever. Like those are attributes people have tried to assign to them, right? Because then the logic for race science then follows. That's what makes Northern Europeans, right, the way how they are, right, quote unquote, right? Yeah, literally exceptionalism. Do we have any idea where he's getting this from? Is he misunderstanding some actual data, really making up history like well, the thing is that one, he doesn't read any books written before 1965. Remember that. Another thing is he already started this video with the presumption that because there was a change in the language, and actually this was even before the Second World War, from the Aryan invasion theory to the Aryan migration theory, right, in anthropology, that must mean that, oh, we've all gone woke and that we're trying to hide the truth. But that isn't how that works. Like, that literally is not what happened. It's just that we understand now through lots of other evidence from other people as well, besides just the Indo-Aryans, or the people that became the Indo-Aryans, right? That they came over a long period of time, of around 500 years, right? Of slow movements across, right? That's the reason why you find peoples that speak Indo-European languages, or that did, right, along the way from the Eurasian steppe, right, all the way down to northern India and from there on out, right? Like, the issue is that this is trying to speed everything up, right? Like, that's one of the issues with these invasion theories. Because if it's an invasion, that means it has to happen very quickly, right? There has to be overwhelming force, and that means there has to be a victory, right? And who has to be the victor in this story? The Indo-Europeans, right? The Proto-Indo-European peoples, right? Like the peoples that he wants to see. But what he doesn't understand is that what he's saying is just referring to people that speak Indo-European languages, Proto-Indo-European, right? They say queos for horse, right? And that's where we get equus, and then equus and equine, right? But then the K becomes a H, the H sound, and that's where we get heos and then horse, right? Et cetera, right? Like, I mean, I could go on all about the history of language when it comes to Indo-European languages, but the point being that he's not, like, if what he's describing happened, then there wouldn't be this continuity that goes across the way it does. Because there's even people that say, well, if we want to get a language that has the closest, if we want to even speak in those terms, that has retained most of those, most of the features, right, of sort of Proto-Indo-European, right? It doesn't mean that it's old or ancient or whatever, right? It's just as modern as every language is, right? Like British English isn't older just because they have an accent, right? It's as modern as American English is, right? All languages are modern at the same time. It's that Lithuanian, and that's the language that I'm talking about, has just kept some of those grammatical forms or those grammatical things over time. But it doesn't make it like, therefore, like, that's the language that's like purer No, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. That's not what that means. It's just linguists noting that, oh, well, they kept these attributes, but every language, in every Indo-European language, kept different attributes, right? Some more than others, right? And some, right, as language, expands and grows over time, right? It keeps what it uses, and it removes what it doesn't use, right? It doesn't mean that it has some like ancient tie to the past. It just means that was just seen as, that was just used in speech for a long period of time, right? And there are periods where those structures will go out of fashion and then come back into fashion. I mean, we see this with English, we see this with Spanish, etc., etc. Like, happens all the time. So they always converge on conspiracies to hide the truth. It is the only endpoint in thought terminating state space that can be true. Right, and it's precisely the thing, right? Who is this person? So he has another channel called What If Alt Hist. That's what he's usually known for. But he started this one to do only history content. Like, he actually has a co-host, but the co-host only spoke once to say, like, yes, you're right, or whatever. Like, was like, yeah, makes sense to me. Yeah, a lot happened before 1964. No, it is. Like, but now he's already talking about himself as, like, I'm a historian, I'm a public intellectual. He called himself these things in this very video. And he is being called these things in the podcast, like, the podcast bro circuit, right? Like, oh, he gets to call himself a historian. He gets to call himself a public intellectual. And it's just like, well, yeah, just, no. Rudyard, yeah, his, yeah. Or as I call him, the Grillin Sicilian.
In southern Europe, 2/3 of the native population survived. And the Aryans conquered an area stretching from...
Okay, he made this map. This is him. Because these were not conquests. Like, this is him saying, oh, because they live here, that means they conquered these places. That's, no. No. Again, if this were true, then why isn't Lithuania, like, covered in this map? But also, no, like the early Vedic period doesn't start until 1750 BCE. Right? And so that's the main movement that people are talking about when, again, because Indo-Aryan is the only Aryan anything, which is up here, right? Which is here in India, in northern India. So him using it generally, right, is what's concerning, right? But also him saying that historians have tried to hide it. I mean, I've gone over this multiple times on my stream, right? How people try to say, oh, that people want to hide the fact that it actually was an invasion. But they almost always focus on northern India. But the issue is, it just isn't true. Because other people live in India, right? Other people live in the subcontinent and in the Tibetan plateau that had writing, that had ways of, or even if it was kept in oral history, right? Like, they kept it, and they describe, people's, moving into the area, but it wasn't an invasion. It didn't happen in one go, right? And by him saying these are conquests over 500 years, it's actually trying to obfuscate the fact that they were migrations over 500 years. Waves of people slowly over time moving further afield, until you start getting people in what is called the land of the seven rivers, which is essentially the sort of at the top of the Indo-Gangetic plain, right? Which is also very, just where you begin to see them become sedentary.
Ireland out to Bengal. So this huge area of territory from
Also, to say that this was conquered by a people that saw themselves as the same is just completely untrue. Like, again, even when people are talking about the Yamnaya or the Kurgan people, etc., like there are so many other things like the Bell Beaker, like all of these different things that people will talk about is them understanding that like they did not see themselves as just one mass of people, right? They already had divisions within them, internal divisions, right? So that's also a huge problem with this here. Another thing is like some of these things don't make sense, like when you have like the Caucasus, because the Caucasus is actually is one of the areas of the world that has like very few Indo-European languages spoken. In fact, the only main one is Ossetian, right? Or as they say in Ossetian, Iran, and that's where you could see where it's an Iranic language, right? Which was brought there by the Sarmatians, who were up here on the steppe well after this. So why would 99% of historians want to hide this from us? Cui bono? Right, exactly. Who does it benefit? Excuse me, I believe he's ethnically intellectual. Oh my god, yes.
Starting out in Ukraine and southern Russia. And the reason America... So in American racial classifications, we call white people Caucasians. And this is...
No, we don't. No. People do not call them that. Because that is not true. Oh my gosh, this is getting worse. I mean, I knew this was going to be bad, but, you know, Grillan Sicilian, I mean, he always delivers. You know, it's not DiGiorno's, it's Grillan Sicilian.
Something I don't like, because it's this like outdated century-old racial designation. And
finally, something I can agree with him on.
No one calls East Asians Mongoloids, which is...
Oh my god. Bro.
The term they had for East Asians at the time. And because the idea they had at the time...
Yeah, well, one, there's a lot of things wrong right here. First, it's a bit strange to me that in this map here is not only wrong, but is very wrong to the point where it has... here, it just has Hindu as the ethnic classification, as the racial classification, I suppose, right? But the fact that the Dravidian languages are classified with the Oceanic languages, I don't see, there isn't a connection there. Like, I don't know, RSS made this map. Yeah, it looks like. Cause I just don't, I'm like looking at it, and the more I look at it, the more I'm like even here it says Anglo-Americans. Right? And then I'm like trying to see what it says for Mexico, but I'm almost kind of don't want to see what they say about Mexico.
Was that the Aryans came from the Caucasus, and the reality is that they're from an area like 200 miles north of the Caucasus. And
yeah, they are from European Nebraska, don't you know?
One of the weird facts people forget is that white people are native to Central Asia, where if you...
What? Oh, yeah, just say tacos. Okay, we learned something here today, folks. White people are actually Asian, actually. They're Central Asian, in fact. That is the Urheimat of the Weissvolk, obviously.
If you were to go back to the time of the ancient Romans, the people in Kazakhstan or Western China, they were genetically Europeans.
They were genetically Europeans. Bro, you just said Kazakhstan and China. That is not genetically European. That would be if Europeans lived there. That would make them genetically European, whatever that even means. That's just... Oh, God. But, you know. So I guess now all white people now have to put their race as Asian now, apparently. We unlearned something here today, right?
And then over the period of the Roman Empire, the Asians gradually genocided the white population of Central.
Oh my god. No wonder Elon likes him so much. This did not happen. This did not happen. Also be like, you know, people, I remember even in early streaming, because I am a genocide studies scholar, when I would bring up the term genocide, right, people would tell me like, you shouldn't be using it because blah blah, and I'm like, okay, whatever, right, because it, you know, you whatever, bringing, and it's like, but then there's people like this that use it to just mean like whatever they want, really, but nobody ever complains about them using it, right? Just, I know. Now I'm just like even more confused. Like, excuse me? Like,
Central Asia. And so the Chinese records, when China held Central Asia as a colony, they said the people looked white. And
yes, the ancient Chinese text, they said, Baizuo. That's all it said, Baizuo. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, this is you know what? You know who would buy this right here? You know who would like this history? Infrahaz and his mecha tankies. They would love this history because this is literally like, oh, they just wrote Baizuo, and then yeah, of course. That's what Journey to the West was a yeah, I know what you mean. Bully some people, actually. Bully, well, I can't say no. No, I disavow.
the Chinese called white people sunken-eyed ghosts. And they called...
Oh, boy. Okay. He said it, not me, he said it. He said it. The sunken eye ghosts. I guess if you like to help me in some way, you can always go to my throne at throne.com/Shakespeare to help me out with my emergency rent fund. You can always go to my Venmo at Shakespeare and or my Cash App. $ Mark's dad. Go there. The sunken eye ghosts.
Called them floating corpses.
So, okay. He's not making it better. He's making it so much worse. Like, yes, this is what the Chinese called us. Source. I need a source, bro. I need a source.
If you're Chinese, the white people's eyes are sunken back and our skin's very pale.
Oh yeah, because people from Asia don't know.
And so the Aryans started out in this place in Central Asia, or they started out in modern Ukraine, and then they migrated out into Central Asia, and that whole area was ethnically European. And Will Durant...
Oh no, not Will Durant. Oh gosh, here we go. I know I said I wanted a source, but I didn't want Will Durant, like...
And a lot of authors from a century ago think that there was an ancient civilization in Central Asia that we've lost records for. And
yeah, but that's because they think that something like Prester John, like, they are euhemerus, that's why. In the Middle Ages, there was this idea of Prester John, right? That somewhere in the East, right, there was a Christian king that, was essentially waiting, right, for the Western Christians, right, the Europeans, right, to meet up with him so that way they could, take over the Islamic world. Essentially, that's pretty much how that was like something people told about themselves, like literally in like the Crusades. Prester John. You can look it up, right? It was a thing that people actually believed. And also the fact that, yes, there were people that intermarried, and you can even see this in Afghanistan, where there used to be the Greco-Bactrian kingdom, blah, 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 all that stuff, and the Greco-Scythians and all that other stuff, where in Afghanistan, in particular, they have the Pako hat, right? Which I have one, but I don't have it with me right now, but it's like, they say that it is a type of hat that you can see a remnant of something that came with Alexander, right? Alexander the Great during his invasion, and also their form of dress, like the general form of dress. But again, that's people trying to... It was in fact Mansa Musa. I know, he's hitting like everything. It's just like unbelievable to me.
And that's the sort of thing that wouldn't surprise me. I don't know if it's true. I mean, Central Asia, every single other river valley system in that area has an ancient civilization. And we have some archaeological records of cities in Central Asia.
Oh, wow. Cities. Who would have known?
Interestingly, the Harappan Indian civilization, they had a colony in Central Asia beforehand.
The Indus River Valley Civilization, sometimes called the Harappan Civilization. I'm not even gonna... You know what? I'm not even gonna...
Like a single city out in Uzbekistan. And
I have the whole saga of the Prêtre Jean Choose Your Own Adventure books. They're entertaining. Yeah, they are entertaining. But again, but that's the whole thing, right? Is like, it was a story, but it is a story. But yeah, it's like people really did believe that it was true, right? That they would find a Christian king in the East, right? And it's like, but a euhemerist, what they would do, what euhemerism is where people say, well, that must mean that there must have been some truth to it, right? It must be talking about something true that has become, explained by other means, right? And it's like, no.
And the invention that gave the Aryans a significant military advantage was a couple things. The first is that with the invention of pastoralism, and pastoralism's herding, and...
Wait, they didn't invent pastoralism. That already existed well before even people left the continent of Africa. That was already a thing. Like, that's just a mode of living. I mean, that's literally... This is why, like, material conditions, please, just like... So can we just... Dialectical materialism, please. Just a little bit.
Herding societies have a significantly different culture than non-herding societies. And so if you're in a...
Why? See, these are the things the historians would be trying to answer, right? If you're going to assert they have these differences, why? What makes them different? He doesn't say that. He just asserts they are different. But there are peoples that we know that were that are nomadic, right? That were, that had a prestige culture, right? That was superior to some of the ones that were sedentary, right? Like, one doesn't negate the other, right? Two things can be true at the same time. Especially historically speaking. Like, this is why it's not a zero-sum game, right? But he views history as a zero-sum game. So that's the huge problem here.
Herding society, you have cows and sheep and horses, and you walk around, and then you kill the animals when you want, you milk them, and so herding societies end up with very masculine, dominant space cultures, because you have to constantly express dominance over the animals, and because you're
right here, Grill and Sicilian. I'm just gonna stop you right there. No. You know what is one of the first things that we have records of people actually raising for food? Snails. I don't know what is with this thing that he always has to equate it with masculine, because that doesn't, what? Like, herding is masculine? What? It, like, that doesn't even make any sense. In fact, that's one of the reasons why we understand that the Amazons, right, like that the Greeks described, are probably the Sarmatians, because they allowed women, like, they were more egalitarian than the Greeks were, right? So this whole, like, which people think the Greeks are hyper masculine and that the Amazons they would be the opposite, right? But it's like they were deadlier, like, you know, like the Greeks didn't exactly just win always against Sarmatians. So yeah, it's a weird thing to try to create this gender binary and then place it on particular types of things, but to just say it, like, the thing is, he doesn't word things in a way that helps his case, right? Like, you always have to do the, no you don't. Like, what does that even mean?
They're constantly on the move, and there are other herding peoples.
No shit. Yeah, no, it is, especially with garlic. Yeah, no, it was they found that they created these pens and they would just collect them because, again, they're easy to, right? They're easy to have around, right? And they're easy to cook, right? Because you can have them in a soup, you can have them, right? Like, it's a very versatile thing, and they're also seen as cleaner, right, than a lot of other things, right? So, like, you know, so
is that herding societies prioritize warfare, because
what? And sedentary societies don't? Like, this doesn't even make any sense. Like, the first sedentary society, like the first civilization is ancient Sumer. What did they have? A lot of war. A lot of war. Like Babylonia, right? Like the Neo-Assyrian Empire, like, you know, like those things weren't just like in fact, it's interesting because a lot of nomadic peoples actually don't like to necessarily fight wars, right? It's like they will if they have to. But like, if you look at the like Bedouins, the Bedouin people in what is often called, you know, Southwest Asia, right? But they will also go to North Africa, right? It's like they very often were people that didn't want to be stuck in any one country. One, because that's not their culture to be sedentary, but also because they never liked to be put into a position where they would have to fight other people, right? Because they actually like to have cordial relations with everybody, right? Because that's their thing, right? That's how they make their money, right? That's how they make their living, by going between these vast areas, not only with their herds, but also with, you know, the stuff that they buy and sell and bring over, etc. So that doesn't really track. Well, because then, like, again, most of the battles in the world have taken place in Europe. Europe is a very sedentary place, you know, like, it's...
The only way to know that your cows and sheep are safe is to have a reputation for being such a badass that people won't mess with you.
See, another thing too is he's thinking everything as individual. That is not at all how we know this. I mean, even Engels writes about this, right? Is that before everything was held in common. So I don't even know what's this like, oh, you had to be known as a badass. Well, no, because the individual wasn't important, right? Like, this is why you can't do the whole nation down to individual, right? This is exactly what I noted before. It's like he's either talking about nations as this huge amalgamation of people or an individual. It's like, no, because that's also not how property worked, right? Like, there wasn't private property. So there's also that. What would be truer, I guess, one might, if I could even put it in those words, is that the larger group of people, right, that all of whom herded, right, if they ever encountered peoples that didn't want to let their animals graze, right, then they would have a dispute. And if they couldn't solve it through diplomacy, we'll call it that, right, then they would have armed conflict. But it's weird to say, like, you had to be known as being a badass. Because that just doesn't even... How?
And so, for example, a lot of warrior peoples were herder peoples. The Vikings, the Celts, the...
Oh my god. Wait, I'm an alpha male if I dominate snails? Oh my goodness, thank you so very much. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness gracious, thank you so much. For the contribution to my throne. Thank you, I appreciate it. That is so very kind of you. I appreciate it so very much. Oh, that is so very kind of you. Why didn't someone tell me this shit is easier than I thought? High school could have been so different, throwing away my P90X DVDs and looking for some fucking snails. It's good to see you, Igloo. Here, let me show you out. I'm gonna show these snails who's boss. It's just so weird. Do make sure to follow our friend Igloo BC, who's a wonderful friend of the show. And again, thank you to the people that have donated to my throne. When you don't like your neighbors, you can sail away, paraphrasing Homer Simpson. Yeah, pretty much.
The ancient Germans, the Mongolians, the Aryans, the Persians, the Arabs.
These... Wait, is he saying that... Oh my god. You know what? I don't even know what to say at this point. Like, I just... Bro, you just don't even know what you're talking about. Like you're just literally just like people that in your 9th grade history book were described as being like, the Germans weren't sedentary. The Germanic speaking peoples, right, which is what we're talking about, weren't necessarily sedentary. Some of them were, though, right? Especially the ones that lived in, right, that didn't live in Germania Magna, right? The ones that lived in, right, in the provinces that were right along the Rhine River. There they were settled. But we don't know quite what did happen with a lot of the other Germanic-speaking peoples because, oh my goodness gracious. Oh, thank you so very much. Oh my goodness, we hit the goal. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my goodness. I am so very thankful. I'm so... Thank you. I don't even know what to say. Thank you. That is for everybody that contributed. That is so very kind of you. From the bottom of my heart, I truly am so appreciative of everybody's generosity and of everybody's kindness. It means so much to me that people would even help me. So, thank you. Yes. Yeah, weekend streams. Yeah, my streaming schedule is going to have to become more weekend focused, that's for sure. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Yes, thanks everybody. Appreciate it so much. Okay, I'm gonna put this up for a bit of a vote. Should we stay with the Grillin Sicilian and finish this? Or should we move to something else? Oh no. Oh my gosh. Don't worry with the reference frame. I don't know why the Nightbot is so weird. I apologize for that. It's only for 5 seconds. I apologize for that. What else were you thinking? Let's see. I had something about Venezuela. I had something about not that. I don't want to do another Rudyard thing, that's for sure. Freda's video on Zoomer Historian. Let's see here. The new discovery that rewrote Chinese history, something like that. I don't know. There's quite a few things. I don't know why, but it only lets you do 3, and I wish I knew how to change that, because I don't. 171. Oh man. So I don't know. We can do either something talking about Venezuela right now, right, like current stuff. Something talking about a discovery that changed Chinese history. Or we could watch something that I forget what was the other thing I said. Oh yeah, the Zoomer Historian one. The one where it goes over. I mean, now he's banned from YouTube, which is, good, but still. The fact that he was on YouTube for so long was troubling. I'll put it like that. So we can choose any of those 3, unless people want to stick with the Grill in Sicilia. Rudy is banned on? No, not YouTube. Not Rudy. What's his name? Zoomer Venezuela? Okay. Let's go to Venezuela.
So, as we mentioned there, the US has been rapidly increasing its military presence in the Caribbean. Let's take a closer look at that, because since August, more than 15,000 American soldiers and fighter jets have been deployed near Venezuela.
Can we just take a second to think about this? 15,000 soldiers. That's a lot of soldiers. You know what I mean? Like there are countries whose entire military armies is that big. You know what I mean? And then, wasn't it like today, I think it was this morning, that Trump said, consider Venezuela's airspace closed. And it's just like, that's just, I don't know, that's just wrong. How many are deployed in Gaza? Gosh, I wish I knew. I recently was reading a report about that, but I don't think it talked about numbers. I don't know, has the IDF actually published the amount of people deployed? I almost feel like they wouldn't. But I hope to be wrong. Okay, here, I did find something that says it's going to increase the number of troops. Let's see. Wait, what? It doesn't say a number, though. Okay. That doesn't... Thanks for not telling me the number. Let's see if I can find it here. Well, total forces. I don't know if this is all involved in the forces. If this is all of the troops, then it would be like 500,000. But I feel like that's a bit too much. But I don't know. Yeah. Because that would be 169,500 active personnel, and then 360,000 reservists. Which is a lot of people. And this is just after the theater commander of the American forces in the Caribbean announced that he was leaving the job. They all know why. Yeah, no, for sure. There was one freedom of troops in Gaza. How many troops are there in a freedom? Ho, sounds like you don't understand freedom, my friend. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what the movie we watched for Community Night last night was Full Metal Jacket, so...
It is the largest deployment of U.S. forces in the region in decades. The U.S. Navy's largest aircraft carrier, the Gerald R. Ford, has arrived in the southern Caribbean. It's the largest ship of its kind in the world, with its own air wing of more than 75 fighter jets on board, helicopters and early warning aircraft.
The one thing about it is that it isn't even suited for what it's sent there for. Like, it actually doesn't function. And I leave it to, people that know far much more about, like, military, stuff. But from what I understand, like, it as a carrier, the way how it functions, it doesn't even make sense to have it be the one that's right there. It's just because it's the largest one that was the reason why it's there.
A Navy destroyer carrying guided missiles, helicopters and Marines has also arrived in Trinidad and Tobago near Venezuela's coast. Venezuela has put its armed forces on high alert, deploying thousands of troops and reported 5,000 Russian-made missiles across the country, all in order to counter that military build-up. Well, Richard Weiss is Senior Fellow at the NATO Defense College. He joins us from Washington, D.C. A warm welcome to Al Jazeera. So firstly, can Trump unilaterally declare this no-fly zone? In your opinion, what does all of this mean?
He can, under his authority as commander-in-chief. He can cite self-defense reasons and other authorities.
What? Okay. Self-defense? Please tell me how the United States needs to be defended from Venezuela. Like, yes, we put the largest aircraft carrier in the world next to the country we need to defend ourselves from. That's very self-defense. Much self-defense.
What it means is a harder question, because we don't quite know yet what is President Trump's ultimate objectives. Is it to put pressure on the Maduro regime to make concessions?
Maduro.
Is it to have a change in the regime? Is it to secure concessions on other issues such as immigration? Is it to reinforce his support at home, showing he's tough on drug trafficking and crime? Or is it to influence other countries in South America? We know he's had problems with the governments of Brazil and a few others. So perhaps all these motives are at work. Perhaps some are more important than others. But for now, he's decided that putting pressure on the government through the military exercises you just discussed and the declaration of a defense.
Let me see. Love doing self-defense in someone else's country. Yeah, like Iraq, Afghanistan. Like, it just doesn't even make sense. The best defense is a good offense. It's like football, American football, of course. Yeah, I mean, military exercises. Yeah, they're just limbering up,
Act on no-fly zone is...
I mean, think about this. If Russia would have declared a no-fly zone over Ukraine, right? There would have been instant outrage throughout the entire world, right? If the United States declared a no-fly zone over Russia, there would have been outcry all over the world, right? Or whatever, right? Like over X place, right? But it's like, oh, but the United States is going to do it to a Latin American country. Well, this is, and I hate that this discourse is coming back. It's like, well, it is in their backyard. It's like, I don't live in anybody's backyard, much less the United States's. Right? We are not a backyard.
Is going to help them with any of these goals.
Richard, I'm just looking at the flight data map. I think we can probably get it up on screen here. That shows that mostly the war.
I mean, like, look, if we're looking at Caracas, right, and we're looking at this like a city on the ocean or whatever. I think this is actually Panama, but still, like, you have Caracas here, right? It's like, it's a city with millions of people. Like, any amount of warfare is going to be absolutely devastating on the most vulnerable. Doing some light stretching, no big. China was putting boots in the sea around Taiwan right now. That his diplomatic staff would be on the first list. Right, exactly. Like, if there was anything like this by any of the other imperialist powers, right? The West, the collective West, would be just never ending with their denunciation. But as soon as there is something like this, unilaterally and claiming self-defense, I mean, imagine if Iran would have said that to the state of Israel, right? Oh, Israel has a no-flight zone, right? They wouldn't have ever have allowed that, right? No worries. Yeah, this is insane. I know. Like, and also, even today, I actually posted it in my Discord, which, if you'd like to join my Discord, please do so. There should be a link either in the description of this stream, or also if you do !Discord, it should work. And if not, if a mod would kindly, put one in the chat, is that even they recognize, and again, tomorrow is my reading of Drug Cartels Do Not Exist, because they don't. and what really brings home this is the fact that even the supposed Cartel de los Soles, right? The cartel of the suns, right? Even the Associated Press, even the BBC says it is not actually a cartel. We are told it is a cartel, but it literally says it is not actually a cartel. So again, this goes with my reading for tomorrow, my reading group tomorrow. Yeah, that's exactly how that kind of works. They just call it something, and it just kind of sticks. So now people think it's a cartel, but that actually doesn't function at all like an actual cartel. So, The Venezuelan-backed drug cartels are operating in an intricate series of tunnels beneath the Caracas skyscrapers, particularly the hospitals. U.S. official sources tell us on the condition of anonymity because they aren't authorized to speak on. Oh my gosh, yeah, of course. I am waiting for them to start saying that, like, that Venezuela is Hamas, right? The dangerous crime org known as Cartel de los Soles has the same energy as the crime org known as the Alphabet Mafia, or the hacker known as Anonymous. Yeah, pretty much.
Warning to avoid airspace over, there it is, airspace over the country has been heeded.
I mean, another thing too is, like, some people, like, for example, a member of my server, right, is worried because, they happen to live in the U.S. territory of Puerto Rico, and, Venezuela has postured saying, that, they believe in its liberation, blah, 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 from the United States, which is, whatever. But it just said, and again, the stretch of coast, right, like, you can see it from Venezuela, like, it's 13 miles across, right? Trinidad and Tobago, which is where that destroyer with the Marines is at, right? And where they also have, where if they were to invade, like, again, Venezuela has a huge infantry, right? Has a huge army. It doesn't have really a navy or an air force really to speak of. So really, if it were to do anything, it would make more sense either to go against Trinidad, since it's hosting U.S. things there, and essentially hold that country hostage. Not saying it's going to do that. I'm saying people that think it's somehow going to go out of Venezuela or out of where it could actually have some control. When again, like the Gerald R. Ford, right? It has air defense systems themselves, right? So there's a huge problem with that. Or the disputed lands in Guyana, right? Which is just next door, right? Like, I'm not saying that either of these two situations are probable, possible, etc. But my point is more that the people that are trying to like war game this immediately think that like, oh, well, they're obviously going to do something to the United States, which, again, would they? Can they? I don't know. But it is weird that people immediately want to go to this narrative of like, they would actually resort to XYZ, right? Like, I don't know.
I wonder how the US can actually enforce and maintain this declaration, though, if there are any violations.
Oh my gosh. We're gonna do it. It's gonna happen. Do you condemn cartels?
In its eyes.
In theory, the U.S. could shoot down a plane. I don't think that would happen. I think simply making this declaration will lead...
I would not want to run that past Trump. Like, if you say, well, in theory, he could shoot it down, don't even give him that license. Don't even tell him that. Don't even start. Like, you were, like, already saying that is already just no. Like, that's a horrible thing to say. I mean, it's against international law. Like, my goodness. Right? Like, he's literally at the NATO college. Like, he's supposed to be... Like, NATO is all supposed to be all about international law, But...
Any civilian airline or company to not want to risk the damage to its plane, death of its pilots and passengers. The insurance liability of flying to Venezuela has gone up a lot. So I think the idea is you just declare this, and this will influence the decision makers of these airlines, which, as you just said, seems to be the case.
Even if there is no military objective behind this, that it is perhaps a very fierce diplomatic form of posturing, this is likely to cause a huge amount of disruption across the country, to commercial airlines, to vast numbers of people, to the way in which cities are operating as well, of course.
Again, like, to even just say your airspace is closed, that also means that, I mean, they're focusing on flights to Caracas, right? What about every flight that has to fly across Venezuela, right? They're not even going to Venezuela. They have to fly across it, right? Because, like, if you're thinking of flights, right? Like, if you're taking a flight that's going from Florida to Peru, right? The way that you would go would be in an arc, which means there would be a period of time that you would have to be flying over Venezuelan airspace. Now you have to go around it. So now the price of those flights are going to go up. Right? So essentially, if you live in, like if you live in Chile or you live in Peru and you're flying anywhere north, like now all of the flights have to go around Venezuela as well. I don't know. This just seems like a very... And especially because it's the entire country. Right? So from border to border, right? The airspace is closed. Yeah, Trump doesn't care. To him, the rest of the world is just his checkers board. No, I mean, it's true. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right that is how he sees it. He sees it like a game board. But it's just like, it's sad to see that like the way how they're just talking about it, like, oh, well, the insurance costs are going to go up. Right? It's like, it's not even just for people going to Venezuela, right? It's like people that fly over the airspace are also affected. And we've already seen that Maduro has been willing. The world's richest army, currently under control of a junta of the most divorced white guys parked on the border, would probably disrupt air traffic. Right. I mean, like that is one of those things where they're literally right there. Literally, it just... This is why, again, the more and more I think about it, the more and more I'm like, if there is going to be any, if this is going to lead to a conflagration, right? Oh God, it's going to be so horrible. But the thing is that, like, I don't know what they think is going to happen with the people, right? Everybody that is not a combatant, right? Like, do they think they're not going to try to get to the United States? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, he said, Trump said that he permanently put a ban or whatever on immigration or whatever from the third world or whatever. It's like, you can say whatever you want, but at the end of the day, people trying to get to the United States, you're only going to have more people wanting to get there, because it's just going to cause a huge problem all around in Latin America.
People going to and from airports.
Right. Now, to be clear, Venezuelan economy is already a mess. I mean, it's had decades of misrule. Millions of people have fled the country to get better jobs, trade.
Why? What happened that caused supposedly for it to be misruled? There is one country that has it under a complete economic stranglehold that has not let up, even when Maduro recently, like this was like a week ago, was saying he was willing to sign 50% of the national oil revenues to the United States, right, to private companies. Because of U.S. coup. Exactly. Like, because of the United States attempted coup and sanctions. So it's like, to say, oh, Maduro did this, it's like, and again, this is the problem, is that people say, oh, like, if you stand with the peoples that are going to be the victims of imperialist violence, right? This does not mean that I in any way support or whatever. That does not mean that. But it's like, then that stops becoming something we can, like, that contention, right, sort of gets moved far to the back seat, right? Because now you're dealing with something that is imperialist, violence in and of itself, right? Not just in its other forms, right? Like economic violence, which is, like economic warfare, right? Which is just imperialist violence by other means. But like, they have put sanctions on Venezuela that have gone on for a long time. And of course people are going to leave because you sanctioned their country, right? And if the only way they will relent is if you give up, I mean, I don't know. It's just... This is just ridiculous.
And investment is very limited. So I don't think...
Again, it's not Venezuela that doesn't want people to invest. It's that America doesn't allow people to invest in Venezuela. Right? Like, that's the problem when people try to use different examples of hyperinflation historically, right? Mainly the three, I guess, contemporary examples being Weimar Germany, right? Zimbabwe, and then now Venezuela. Is that all three of them, right, involve sanction regimes? All three of them involved, right, like all of these different things that the United States, for example, does not suffer, right? Like, the United States having hyperinflation, that just doesn't even make sense, right? It has the world's, like, standard currency, right? It also is the lender of last resort, right? So, whereas, like, having a sanctions regime, right, having an indemnities regime, right, having all these things happen in the three different examples, right, are what allows for it to have hyperinflation, right? So it's like, yeah, Venezuela had hyperinflation, but that wasn't because of anything Venezuela in and of itself did. It's because of the sanctions. It's because you can have factories working and producing things, but people, they can't afford to pay the people that are working, right? And so that's when you begin to have a general, I mean, among other things, I shouldn't say that's the thing, but you begin to have what is inflation, the general rise in prices, right? Because you can't trade anymore, right? Because usually if the United States does an embargo like that on a country, almost always it makes Western European countries, right, the next largest market, right, the EU, right, also have to hold you under those sanctions. So it's like, it's what doesn't make it easy for Venezuela to just, you know, exist. I mean, that's why they've had to cozy up with China and Russia, right? It's just...
this will have an immediate impact and making an order of magnitude change in that situation.
Now, we know since early September, the Trump administration has attacked at least 21 boats in the Caribbean Sea and Eastern Pacific.
Also, by the way, none of those have ever been proven to have ever had, one, drugs, two, right, or any of those things. None of those things. Under international, those were all war crimes. All of them. They were, because I keep hearing, oh, it happened in international waters. No. In the Caribbean, there are no, like, you can look at a map of EEZs, exclusive economic zones, right? So that is not international waters. None of them were in international waters. They were in some other nation's waters, right? Prospectively, right? Or at least ostensibly, right? But in order for them to be in international waters, they would have to be away from other countries, right? In the middle of nowhere, more or less. So even just that, right? And if it were to be that they were in international waters from Venezuela, and that means that would be a sign that they would be going to Europe, not to the United States, because that's the closest international waters to Venezuela are the paths that usually, you know, that we do know, right? You do have movement of drugs going to Europe, right? Usually through Western Africa, right? Or the Iberian Peninsula, whichever one. But the point being that there was never any verification. This was just murder on the high seas, right? There's no way they could have confirmed the people, right? This is why you're supposed to do interdiction, right? You're supposed to stop them, search, blah, blah, blah. And even then, that's fraught, because why does the United States get to do it, right? To everybody, but nobody, you know, blah, 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 whatever. But even so, right? Even if they were suspected of being traffickers, that still doesn't mean that you can murder them, right? So all of these things can and should be brought to an international tribunal, because again, they are murders. That is precisely what they are, regardless of what anybody says. Those boats destroyed in the Caribbean, to be more specific, in Venezuelan territorial waters, do not belong to fishers. Fishers in here are made of wood, and one use... I mean, maybe that's true, but even so, they can't... If they cannot confirm that they are who they say they are, and even then, even if they are who they say they are, right? You can't just... I'm saying even if that is the case, right? I don't think it matters if you're from Venezuela or not. What I'm saying is, under international law, there is the concept of distinction, right? Where you have to know whether someone, like, that is why interdiction is the way in which you're supposed to operate, right? If you find them having the stuff, right, then you can bring them to trial. Then you can do XYZ, right? But you can't do so without that, without any proof. That's the problem. It is that there's no proof. So even if it is true that fishing boats that they weren't necessarily fishing boats, or that they weren't this, or that they weren't that. That doesn't matter, right? By destroying them, that removes the ability to have the evidence. You know what I mean? Like in terms of justice, right? Like in terms of actually determining legal fact, right? That is what's most important.
Pacific and international waters, killing 83 people, many of them Venezuelans, all without providing evidence that those boats were attempting to carry narcotics to the United States. So where is...
I mean, look at this. I mean, look at that. Like, even if it isn't a fishing boat, they still have to prove, legally speaking, that they are doing what they supposedly are doing. But even so, this does not look like a particularly large boat, right? Looks more like a dinghy, if anything. But that's besides the point, right? Like, it's not about whether we classify it as this or that, right? It's still under law. It's the people that matter, not the boats. You know what I'm saying? You cannot murder innocent people. You cannot, and you have to presume people are innocent until proven guilty, right? That is the way how international law works. Doesn't matter if they were in international waters. That doesn't give you license to kill anybody. That is not how that works. Again, if they have no proof that any of these things, which even if they were carrying those things, that doesn't give them the right to kill them. That's the problem, right? That's the problem here.
Any legal justification for, firstly, this and any possible land strike on Venezuela?
Well, I'm not an international lawyer, so my knowledge of this question is limited, but I think that most lawyers seem to be able to find justification for whatever their clients want to do. So I'm suspecting they're going to find some justification, reasons of self-defense or whatever. But I think that
yeah, because this is what the most powerful military nation on the entire planet that outspends like the next 50 nations on a magnitude of unbelievable amounts. Right, this is what they need protection from. Right. Hola. Oh, hello, KJ. It's good to see you. Hope you and chat are doing good. Is this the situation in which the administration is saying the military needs to follow lawful orders in reaction to select senators' can, will, may happen? I mean, yeah, they are saying that they are lawful orders, yes. And that is pretty much, that is one of the big problems, of course, is that I mean, again, this is why now they want to court martial. I forget what the senators' names were. It was two of them, wasn't it? One of them was Kelly, and I forget the other one. But it's because they said, it's weird that they want to get him, that they want to, on these charges, because it's literally them saying don't follow an illegal order, which is like, that is literally like in the handbook. Like that is literally in their handbook. Like you can go online to see the different military handbooks, and they all say like, you cannot follow but if it's this belief that the president, as perfectly legal order, man setting neighbor's house on fire assures everyone setting fires on houses is very legal and normal. Well, yeah, I mean, like, that is the reason why, like, people will, this is something that maybe I should also do a stream on. That's the point. Like, this is also where this concept of the office of the president, right, sort of has these unitary powers, right? This is unitary executive theory, right, which has become more of a thing over time. But it was a thing that really started with Reagan. And one of those things is as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, right? It's up to the president to decide what is a legal order or not, right? Because he's the person in charge. But there is a problem with that, and I hope people can see it. Right? Yeah, Kelly, yeah, okay. Because I knew it was a senator, I just don't remember, like... I know he's not from California, because I would remember my own senators, but I don't remember where he's from. But
what's motivating the decision is less the legal considerations than the political military considerations.
Looking at this militarily, we know that some of the United States' allies have been quite tentative about sharing intelligence with the United States over concern that there would be breaches of international law. I mean, if the United States does decide to act unilaterally in Venezuela, could we expect Western allies, France, the United Kingdom, and others to hold back here and offering any...
Yeah, I am the law. I am the Senate, right? It's pretty much. That's pretty much what... Like, it's very fascinating to go into it because there actually aren't a lot of very good videos on YouTube that go into it very well. There are books that go into it, but, you know, but it's a very thing, like Scalia was the first, I believe, the first Supreme Court justice that believed in this. And then also, and then he went in first, and then it was, Thomas, right, is another one that believes in. But it's like, if they believe in it, though, then that also means that also undercuts their own power, right? It's like this weird, it's a weird way of thinking of the president. And it's literally because of the wording of the first clause, right? Like, you know how, like, when it comes to the U.S. Constitution, I think I have a copy around here somewhere. I've noted before that I tend to do a lot of... here it is. Okay. So, it's Article 2. Okay. This is... So... When they say clause, they mean clause as in parts of sentences, right? So, Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, Section 1, this is the clause they're talking about. The executive power shall be vested in a president of the United States of America. It's literally from that they extrapolate all of the things that a president can do without, that is to say, without having the consultation of the legislature or of the judicial branch, right? So for Trump, they love this because it's saying with that one sentence, right, all executive power, as such, the power to execute anything, any action, right, can be done by whomever is vested with that power, right, vested in that office. Mark Kelly is Arizona. Oh, okay. Thank you. I don't know why, but I thought he was from... Or maybe I'm confusing him with someone else. I think I am confusing him. Isn't there like a Shelley? Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Any kind of support whatsoever?
I think that could well be the case. We saw this, for example, when the U.S. and Britain invaded Iraq a couple decades ago. Some countries decided to declare they opposed this and refused to assist, at least initially. That said, I mean, I think in this scenario, the U.S. has pretty much all the intelligence and support it needs. It's got some partners in the region. It certainly has more force than needed for anything but a land invasion. So I think it would be...
This is what makes me think that because Trinidad and Tobago's president has been very adamant on saying, yes, the United States should invade, or the United States should do regime change in Venezuela. That is what makes me think that if they were going to do anything, 13 miles of water is easier to cross right, when your main thing is your army, right, than to go up front against the United States. That's just, right, and then just, you know what I mean? Like, if there was gonna be some kind of, you know, but I don't like to war game because it's like, you know, that's looking at things in this weird way of like tactical advantage and blah blah blah, right? And it's just like that's not the point, right? It's that the United States would be claiming self-defense while going against a country that the United States itself, has caused, you know, all of the economic harm, etc. too. So
more a diplomatic problem. Some strains with the allies in Europe, perhaps more strains with partners and allies in South America. I'm sure the Russians and Chinese would bring the issue to the Security Council to attack the U.S. But you know, I think if the U.S. wants to try and shoot down planes over Venezuela or threaten to do so, it can without the assistance of other governments.
What about Venezuela's?
I just noticed that they're all wearing keffiyehs. Right? At least that's what it looks like from here.
Capacity to defend itself and to strike back potentially if required?
Thought to be modest. Again, Iraq is a good example here of how, you know, the U.S. and Britain pretty much overwhelmed Saddam Hussein's Republican Guard and all those feared forces. So the main problem of actually using force.
The Trinidad and Tobago president saying, yeah, they should invade. Yeah. That is one of the reasons why the United States has that destroyer with the Marines in Trinidad, in Port of Spain, right? In Trinidad and Tobago. And again, like, that's why I keep saying, like, the distance between those two countries, right, is 13 miles. It's this small channel, right? That's not very deep, right? It's not, right? It's like, like the people that think, oh, the Venezuela's going to want to fight an open pitch battle against the United States. It's like, of course not. That's not, that would literally mean that, I mean, that's a losing proposition right there, right? But yeah, the next time there's a Venezuela versus Trinidad and Tobago football game, it's not going to be fun to you know, it's going to be an interesting game. I'm going to sit way at the top. I'll just put it like that. Way at the top. Just because it's not going to be pretty, for sure.
In Venezuela, particularly a land invasion, is what comes afterwards. So, okay, you destroy the existing political military structure. You could, I mean, they're really good civilian candidates to take over leadership, but the economy would be a wreck. There wouldn't be force to keep law and order unless the...
Who made the economy become a wreck? Again, was it wrong of Chavez to make everything based on oil prices? Yes. I've gone over that myself, right? That was a horrible idea because it's never good to base things off commodities. That's why it's not good to base your currency off gold, for example. But still, like, they're acting like, oh, well, the economy's bad. Well, let me tell you about sanctions regimes.
U.S. troops there stayed there for years, as we saw in Iraq. So I think that's actually the main deterrent rather than any kind of retaliation the Venezuelan military could do, which would be modest.
And of course, the US has issued that huge $50 million bounty for Maduro's arrest. I mean, the fact that the United States might feel the need to ratchet up things militarily with any kind of direct action in Venezuela, does that say that that offer of a huge amount of money and whatever intelligence the US may have operating on the ground in Venezuela isn't working on its own?
What they prefer, what I think the Trump administration would prefer is if the Venezuelan military were to seize power and arrest Maduro, or
yes, wonderful. I like how their thing is like, I think what the US would like is a military dictatorship, right? Then it would back off, right? Because that's actually what the United States wants, right? As long as Maduro's out of power, right? That's always the thing, right? It's like, if only the military would do this wonderful thing, right, would do a coup for democracy. Gosh, it's like the 70s all over again.
Maduro would go off to, follow Bashar Assad's solution and fly off to Moscow or Cuba or someplace. But since that hasn't occurred, they're clearly ratcheting up pressure.
Okay, bro, but they just put a no-fly zone over Venezuela. What makes you think that Maduro would fly? You know what I mean? Like, if you want him to leave, I don't know.
Sure, and this may be part of this, the military.
KJ says, is there an economic talk in which Maduro is being pressured right now, or is it truly a want for Maduro to be ousted? A lot of it is just for him to be ousted. Not necessarily from people in Venezuela itself, but it's because of the sanctions regime, right? That the United States has had it under. Which usually comes with the caveat that other Western nations also have to keep to it, right? So, but in terms of concessions, Maduro has actually said that he would be willing to, I believe it was 50% of oil revenues. Like, he was willing to work with that. Like, he was willing to, more or less, be willing to have some kind of deal, because it's about oil, right? Like, I mean, Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world, right? So they were willing to work with the United States on that, but they're like, no, right? So I think the U.S. would like for Venezuela to just invade itself and immediately hand over all power. Yeah, pretty much that's what he's saying, yes.
Maneuvers and the no-fly zone.
All right, it's been really good to hear your thoughts and analysis on this, Richard. Richard Weiss there, Senior Fellow at the NATO Defence College with us in Washington, D.C.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable...
Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Just one quick second as I find... There we go. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for being with me for this wonderful stream. Make sure to get in the machine on Twitch so we can go over to go say hello to Ray. And yeah, thank you again. I appreciate everything that for everybody that's been here. I am so grateful, and I truly hope that to see you all very soon. And yeah, so let's head on over. And now for you, YouTube. I can't do the... Yeah, thank you so much. Since I can't do the whatever it's called, please, have a good rest of your weekend. I hope everybody's doing well. And again, thank you so much for all of your generosity. I appreciate it so very much, okay? Take care.